Hi families, welcome to Family Listen. This is the place for the best stories for the whole family. So support us and subscribe to the channel, give a like, and tell us in the comments which city you're watching this story from. We'd love to know, all because I've translated the text as requested. Let me know if you need any clarification or have any questions about the translation. The sky was a somber gray, matching the mood of the gathered crowd. I stood there, my 10-year-old frame dwarfed by the adults around me, all dressed in black. My eyes were fixed on the small white casket being lowered into the ground. Emily's casket. We are gathered here today to say goodbye to Emily Rose Thompson, the pastor's voice droned on, but I could barely hear him over the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. This couldn't be real. Just last week, Emily and I were planning our summer vacation, arguing over whether we should build a treehouse or a secret underground bunker in my backyard. Now, I was watching as my best friend was being buried 6 feet under. I felt a gentle squeeze on my shoulder and looked up to see my mom, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy. "It's okay to cry, Jake," she whispered. But I couldn't cry. I was too numb, too shocked. This had to be a nightmare. I'd wake up any minute now and Emily would be there ready to laugh at me for having such a silly dream. As the casket touched the bottom of the grave, reality came crashing down. This was no dream. Emily was gone, taken by a drunk driver who ran a red light. The unfairness of it all hit me like a tidal wave, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. I can't do this," I choked out, breaking away from my mom's grasp and running as fast as my legs could carry me. I heard calls of Jake behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, finally collapsing on the grass near the edge of the cemetery. There, away from the watchful eyes of the adults, I finally let the tears flow. "It's not fair," I screamed at the sky, my fists pounding the ground. "Why her? Why Emily?" The sky offered no answers, only a light drizzle that mixed with my tears. Hours later, I found myself in my room, the darkness broken only by the soft glow of my nightlight. I sat on my bed, clutching the friendship bracelet Emily had made for me just a month ago. The colorful threads were already starting to fray, much like my heart. "I miss you, Em," I whispered, running my thumb over the braided pattern. "You promised we'd be best friends forever. How could you leave me like this?" As if in response, a cool breeze swept through the room, rustling the papers on my desk. I frowned, sure I had closed the window earlier, but as I looked up to check, my heart nearly stopped. There, at the foot of my bed, was a faint, glowing figure. As I watched, mouth agape, the glow intensified, taking on a familiar shape. Pigtails, a button nose, and a mischievous smile I'd know anywhere. Emily?" I stammered, unable to believe my eyes. The figure giggled, a sound I thought I'd never hear again. "Hey, silly. Miss me?" I pinched myself, convinced I must be dreaming. But we just buried me?" Emily finished, floating closer. "Yeah, that was weird to watch. Nice eulogy from Mrs. Henderson, though. I didn't know she thought I was a ray of sunshine in a sometimes dreary world. Kinda poetic, don't you think?" I couldn't help but let out a choked laugh, even as whatever she was now, Emily still had her sense of humor. "Are you real?" I asked, reaching out to touch her. My hand passed right through, sending a chill up my arm. "Oh my God, you're a ghost!" Emily did a little twirl in the air. "Pretty cool, huh? I didn't get the whole walking through walls thing at first, but I'm getting better at it." "But how? Why?" I had so many questions I didn't know where to start. Emily's face grew serious, an unusual expression for her. "I'm not sure, Jake. One minute I was in the car with my mom, and the next, well, you know. But then I saw you at the funeral looking so sad, and I just couldn't leave you like that." Tears welled up in my eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. "I can't believe you're here. I thought I'd lost you forever." "You can't get rid of me that easily," Emily grinned. "Best friends forever, remember?" As the initial shock wore off, A troubling thought occurred to me. Wait, can anyone else see you? Or hear you? Emily shook her head. Nope, just you. I tried talking to my parents, but they couldn't hear me. It's like I'm invisible to everyone but you. Why me? I wondered aloud. Because you're special, duh, Emily said, sticking out her tongue. Or maybe because you're the only one weird enough to have a ghost for a best friend? I laughed, feeling truly happy for the first time since the accident. But our joy was short-lived as we heard footsteps approaching my room. Quick, hide, I whispered urgently to Emily. She raised an eyebrow at me. Jake? Ghost, remember? Your mom can't see me. Before I could respond, my bedroom door creaked open, and my mom peeked in. Jake, are you okay, sweetie? I thought I heard voices. I froze, unsure what to say. Emily floated over to my mom, waving her hand in front of her face. When my mom didn't react, Emily turned back to me with a triumphant, "I told you so" expression. I was just talking to myself, Mom, I managed to say. You know, remembering stuff about Emily. My mom's face softened with sympathy. Oh, honey, she said, coming to sit beside me on the bed. It's okay to talk about her. In fact, it's good to keep her memory alive. If only she knew how alive Emily's memory really was, floating right next to her with a mischievous grin. Thanks, Mom, I said, giving her a hug. I think I'm going to try to get some sleep now. She kissed my forehead and stood up. All right, sweetheart. If you need anything, I'm just down the hall. As soon as the door closed behind her, Emily burst into giggles. Your face. You looked like you'd seen a ghost. Very funny, I said, rolling my eyes but unable to keep from smiling. So, what now? Emily floated up to the ceiling, doing lazy backflips. Now we have some fun. Just think of all the cool stuff we can do now that I'm a ghost. We could haunt the school or spy on the neighbors or... As Emily rattled off increasingly outlandish ideas, I felt a mix of excitement and fear. Having a ghost for a best friend was going to be amazing but also terrifying. What if someone found out? What if Emily suddenly disappeared again? But looking at her glowing form, seeing the joy and life ironically in her eyes, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever happened next, I wasn't going to waste this second chance. Emily was back, in whatever form, and I was going to make every moment count. Okay, I said, a grin spreading across my face. Where do we start? I woke up the next morning with a start, my heart pounding. The events of the previous night came rushing back to me in a flood of memories. Emily, my best friend, was dead. But she was also... here? As a ghost? It had to be a dream, I muttered to myself, rubbing my eyes. There's no way. No way what? A familiar voice chirped from the corner of my room. I yelped, nearly falling out of bed as I saw Emily's translucent form floating near my bookshelf, idly flipping through a comic book, or at least trying to, her ghostly fingers passing right through the pages. You're real, I exclaimed, then quickly lowered my voice, remembering my parents down the hall. You're actually here. I'm not crazy. Emily grinned, floating over to my bed. Well, the jury's still out on whether you're crazy or not, but I'm definitely here. I reached out to touch her, my hand passing right through her shoulder. A shiver ran down my spine at the icy sensation. This is impossible, I said, pinching myself hard. Ow! I yelped. Emily laughed. Told you, silly, you're not dreaming. I shook my head, trying to wrap my mind around the situation. But how? Why? I mean, ghosts aren't real. Are they? Emily shrugged, doing a little somersault in the air. Apparently they are, or at least I am. Trust me, I'm just as confused as you are. So, what happens now? I asked, my mind reeling with possibilities. Do you haunt places? Rattle chains? Go through walls? Ooh, I haven't tried the wall thing yet, Emily said excitedly. Without hesitation, she zoomed towards my bedroom wall and promptly smacked into it with a soft thud. Ow! Okay, still working on that one. Despite the bizarreness of the situation, I couldn't help but laugh. "Some ghost you are." Emily stuck her tongue out at me. "Hey, cut me some slack, I'm new at this whole dead thing." As soon as the words left her mouth, we both fell silent. The reality of the situation hit us once again. Emily was dead. This wasn't just some cool superpower or magical adventure. My best friend had died, and now she was a ghost. "Em," I said softly, "aren't you scared or sad about, Emily's playful smile faded, replaced by a more thoughtful expression. I don't know, Jake, it's weird. I know I should be freaking out, but it's like there's a part of me that's accepted it already. Does that make sense?" I nodded slowly. "I guess. But what about your parents, your family? Don't you miss them?" A flicker of sadness passed over Emily's face. "Of course I do. I tried to talk to them, after the funeral. But they couldn't see me or hear me. It's like I'm not even there." "But I can see you," I pointed out. "Why me?" Emily floated closer, a mischievous glint returning to her eyes. "Maybe because you're special, or maybe because you're the only one weird enough to handle a ghost best friend." I grinned despite myself. "Well, when you put it that way." Just then I heard footsteps approaching my room. Panic seized me. "Quick, hide!" I hissed at Emily. She raised an eyebrow at me. Jake? Ghost, remember? They can't see me." Before I could respond, my mom opened the door. "Jake, honey, who are you talking to?" I froze, my mind racing for an excuse. Emily, meanwhile, was making silly faces at my mom, even sticking her hand right through her head. I was just practicing for a school play," I blurted out. "Yeah, we're doing a ghost story." I was rehearsing my lines. My mom looked at me strangely, but seemed to accept the explanation. "Okay, sweetie, breakfast is ready when you are, and don't forget we're visiting the Thompsons this afternoon to pay our respects." As soon as she left, closing the door behind her, Emily burst into laughter. "A school play? Really? That's the best you could come up with?" I threw a pillow at her, which of course went right through her. "Hey, you try coming up with a good excuse for talking to thin air." As Emily continued to giggle, a thought struck me. Wait a second. If we're going to your house later, then I can come along and see my family. Emily finished, her eyes lighting up. Maybe I can find a way to communicate with them. I bit my lip, uncertain. I don't know, Em. What if something goes wrong? What if they somehow figure out you're there? Emily's excitement dimmed a little. But don't you think they deserve to know I'm okay? Well, sort of okay. I could see the longing in her eyes, and my heart ached for her. Okay, I said finally. We can try. But we have to be careful, all right? Emily nodded eagerly. Of course. Oh, this is going to be great. As she zoomed around the room in excitement, I couldn't help but wonder what I was getting myself into. Having a ghost best friend was turning out to be a lot more complicated than I'd imagined. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. I went through the motions of getting ready, eating breakfast, and helping my mom with chores, all while trying to act normal. Meanwhile, Emily floated around the house, marveling at her new ghostly abilities. Check this out, and she called from the kitchen, sticking her head through the refrigerator door. I can see all the food without opening it. I had to stifle a laugh, earning a curious look from my dad. Something funny, son? No, just remember to joke from school, I mumbled, shooting a warning glance at Emily, who was now pretending to drink milk directly from the carton in the fridge. As the time for our visit to the Thompsons approached, I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Emily, on the other hand, could barely contain herself. Come on, slow poke, she urged as I tied my shoes. I want to see my room. Do you think they've changed anything? Oh, I hope Mr. Whiskers is okay. Mom better be feeding him his special food. Emily, I whispered, when I was sure my parents weren't looking. Remember, we have to be careful. I can't talk to you when we're there. Okay? She nodded solemnly, but I could see the mischief still dancing in her eyes. Got it. I'll be as quiet as as a ghost. As we got into the car, Emily sitting, or rather floating, next to me in the back seat, I couldn't shake the feeling that this visit was going to be anything but ordinary. With a ghost as unpredictable as Emily by my side, who knew what could happen? One thing was for sure. My life had taken a turn for the extraordinary, and there was no going back now. The shrill sound of my alarm clock jolted me awake. For a moment, I forgot everything that had happened, thinking it was just another Monday morning. Then I saw Emily floating above my bed, making faces at me. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," she chirped, doing a somersault in the air. I groaned, pulling the covers over my head. 5 more minutes. No way, Jake. It's our first day back at school since, and I can't wait to see what kind of trouble we can get into. I peeked out from under the blanket, suddenly wide awake. School? Oh no, Emily. We can't. But she was already zooming around my room, her ghostly form passing through my closet. Come on, what should you wear? Ooh, how about this? A t-shirt flew out of my closet, followed by a pair of jeans. I sighed, knowing there was no point in arguing with her. As I got dressed, I tried to reason with her. Emily, you can't come to school with me. What if someone sees you? She rolled her eyes. Hello? Ghost, remember? Nobody can see me except you, dummy. But what if I accidentally talk to you? People will think I'm crazy. Emily floated over, her face inches from mine. Then don't talk to me, silly. Just act normal. It'll be fine. Somehow I doubted that, but before I could protest further, my mom called from downstairs. Jake, breakfast is ready. You'll be late for school. The ride to school was surreal. Emily sat, or rather, floated, next to me in the back seat, making silly comments about the people we passed. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing, especially when she started mimicking my dad's serious driving face. As we pulled up to the school, I felt a knot forming in my stomach. How was I supposed to act normal when my dead best friend was floating around invisibly? Have a good day, sweetie, my mom said, giving me a hug. And remember, if you need to talk to someone about Emily, the school counselor is always available. I nodded, my throat tight. If only she knew. As I walked into the school, Emily floated beside me, her eyes wide with excitement. Oh man, this is gonna be awesome. We can pull so many pranks. Emily, no, I whispered, trying not to move my lips. We're here to learn, remember? She stuck her tongue out at me. Boring. Come on, live a little. Well, you know what I mean. I shook my head, determined to ignore her antics. But as I walked into our classroom, I felt my resolve weakening. The sight of Emily's empty desk hit me like a punch to the gut. Our teacher, Mrs. Henderson, gave me a sympathetic smile as I took my seat. Welcome back, Jake. We've missed you. I mumbled a thanks, keeping my eyes down. I could feel the stares of my classmates, their whispers barely audible. Poor Jake. I can't believe Emily's really gone. Do you think he's okay? Emily, meanwhile, was having the time of her afterlife. She floated to the front of the class, making faces at Mrs. Henderson as she started the lesson. Today, class, we're going to talk about the water cycle, Mrs. Henderson began. Emily groaned dramatically. Boring. Come on, Jake, let's liven things up a bit. I shook my head slightly, trying to focus on the lesson. But it was hard to concentrate with Emily floating around, sticking her head through the blackboard and pretending to drink from the diagram of a rain cloud. Halfway through the lesson, Emily decided to up her game. She floated over to Tommy Watson, the class clown, and whispered in his ear, Hey, Tommy, I dare you to make a fart noise. To my horror, Tommy's face lit up with mischief. A moment later, a loud, obnoxious sound erupted from his direction. The class erupted in giggles. Mrs. Henderson looked stern. Tommy, That's quite enough." Emily was doubled over with laughter. "Oh man, did you see that? He totally did it." I couldn't help it. A snort of laughter escaped me before I could stop it. Mrs. Henderson turned to me surprised. "Jake? Is something funny?" I felt my face grow hot. No, Mrs. Henderson. Sorry." Emily floated over, grinning. "Oops, my bad. But come on, you have to admit that was hilarious." I tried to keep a straight face, but it was getting harder by the minute. Emily spent the rest of the class making increasingly ridiculous suggestions to our classmates, from pencil drumming to paper airplane throwing. To my amazement, many of them seemed to act on these suggestions, as if Emily's ghostly whispers were planting ideas in their heads. By the time the lunch bell rang, the class was in a state of barely controlled chaos. Mrs. Henderson looked frazzled, shooting concerned glances my way. As we filed out for lunch, Emily did a victory dance in the air. "Best school day ever." I waited until we were alone in the hallway before hissing, "Emily, you can't keep doing that. You're going to get me in trouble." She pouted. "Aw, come on, Jake. I'm just having a little fun. Isn't that what you always said I was good at?" Her words hit me hard. For a moment I saw past the ghostly antics to the friend I had lost. "Yeah," I said softly. "You were always the life of the party." Emily's face softened. "Hey, I'm still me, you know. Just a little more transparent." I couldn't help but smile at that. "Okay, fine. But can we tone it down a little? I don't want to end up in detention." She saluted playfully. Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be on my best behavior." Well, my best ghost behavior anyway. As we entered the cafeteria, I felt a little lighter. Maybe having a ghost best friend wouldn't be so bad after all. But as I sat down with my lunch tray, I noticed Emily staring longingly at the food. "I miss pizza day," she sighed. "Being a ghost is cool and all, but I'd kill for a slice of pepperoni right now." I felt a pang of guilt. Here I was, able to enjoy all the things Emily couldn't anymore. "I'm sorry, Em. I wish you could have some too." She shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. "Hey, it's okay. I guess ghosts don't need to eat anyway. More pizza for you." As I ate, Emily entertained herself by floating through unsuspecting students, making them shiver and look around in confusion. I had to admit it was pretty funny. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes, with Emily alternating between making silly comments and actually seeming interested in the lessons. By the final bell, I was exhausted but oddly exhilarated. As we waited for my mom to pick me up, Emily floated beside me, a thoughtful look on her face. "You know, Jake," she said, "I thought being a ghost would be all about scaring people and walking through walls. But today, it was almost like being alive again. Just being here, with you and everyone else. It was nice." I smiled, wishing I could give her a hug. "I'm glad, Em. And hey, maybe we can figure out a way for you to actually interact with stuff. Wouldn't it be cool if you could write messages or move things?" Emily's eyes lit up. "Ooh, yeah. Ghost powers, activate." As my mom's car pulled up, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. School with a ghost best friend was certainly going to be an adventure. And who knew? Maybe we'd even learn something along the way. About life, death, and everything in between. The clock on my bedside table blinked 11:45 p.m. I should have been asleep hours ago, but Emily had other plans. "Come on, Jake. This is our chance for a real adventure," Emily whispered excitedly, floating above my bed. I rubbed my eyes, still groggy. "Em, it's almost midnight. We can't just leave the house." She rolled her eyes. "Of course we can. That's the beauty of having a ghost best friend. I can check if the coast is clear." Before I could protest, Emily zipped through my bedroom door. A moment later, she poked her head back in, grinning. "All clear. Your parents are sound asleep." I hesitated, weighing the risks. On one hand, sneaking out was definitely against the rules. On the other hand, how often do you get to go on a midnight adventure with a ghost? "Okay," I said finally, climbing out of bed. "But where are we going?" Emily's grin widened. The school, of course. I've always wanted to see what it's like at night. As I pulled on my shoes and jacket, a mixture of excitement and nervousness bubbled in my stomach. How are we even going to get in? Emily winked. Leave that to me. I've been practicing my ghost powers. We crept downstairs, Emily scouting ahead to make sure we didn't wake my parents. As we slipped out the front door, the cool night air sent a shiver down my spine. I can't believe we're doing this, I whispered as we made our way down the street. Emily did a backflip in the air. Isn't it exciting? It's like we're spies on a secret mission. The streets were eerily quiet as we walked towards the school. Every rustle of leaves or distant car engine made me jump. Emily, on the other hand, seemed to be having the time of her afterlife. Look, Jake, she exclaimed, zooming ahead. I can go through stop signs. I couldn't help but laugh as she repeatedly passed through the red octagon. Show off. As we approached the school, its dark silhouette looming against the night sky, I felt a twinge of doubt. Em, are you sure about this? What if we get caught? She floated down to eye level, her expression serious for once. Jake, trust me. If anyone comes, I'll know way before they see you. And if worse comes to worst, I'll create a distraction while you run. Deal? I nodded, feeling a little better. Deal. We circled around to the back of the school where the windows were lower. Emily phased through the wall, and a moment later I heard a click as she unlocked the window from the inside. Ta-da! She said as the window swung open. Your ghostly lockpick at your service. I climbed through, landing softly in what I recognized as the art room. In the dim moonlight filtering through the windows, the room looked completely different. Easels cast long shadows, and half-finished clay sculptures on the shelves looked almost alive. This is so cool, I whispered, my earlier fears evaporating in the face of excitement. Emily nodded enthusiastically. I know, right? Come on, let's explore. We made our way through the dark hallways, Emily lighting the way with her soft, ghostly glow. Everything looked different at night, familiar yet strange, like a parallel universe version of our school. As we passed the principal's office, Emily suddenly stopped. Hey, Jake. Want to see what secrets Mr. Thompson is hiding in his desk? I hesitated. I don't know, Em. That seems like an invasion of privacy. She rolled her eyes. Come on, live a little. Don't you want to know if the rumors about him having a toupee are true? Before I could answer, we heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, coming from around the corner. Hide! Emily hissed, pushing me towards a nearby janitor's closet. I ducked inside, heart pounding. Through the crack in the door, I saw the beam of a flashlight sweep across the hallway. Hello? A gruff voice called out. Is someone there? I held my breath, praying the night guard wouldn't check the closet. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the other end of the hallway. What the? The guard muttered, his footsteps retreating towards the sound. A moment later, Emily phased through the closet door, grinning triumphantly. Coast is clear. I knocked over some trash cans to distract him. I let out a shaky breath as I emerged from the closet. That was too close. Maybe we should head back. But Emily was already floating down the hall. No way. We haven't even seen the best part yet. Come on. Against my better judgment, I followed her up the stairs to the roof access door. To my surprise, it was unlocked. I may have practiced on this lock earlier, Emily admitted with a mischievous smile. As we stepped out onto the roof, I gasped. The view was incredible. The entire town spread out before us, a tapestry of twinkling lights under the starry sky. Wow, I breathed, moving closer to the edge to get a better look. Emily floated beside me, her ghostly form shimmering in the moonlight. Beautiful, isn't it? I always wondered what it would be like up here. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, taking in the view. Despite the craziness of sneaking out and breaking into the school, I felt strangely at peace. Hey, Em, I said softly. Do you ever miss, being alive? She was quiet for a moment before answering. Sometimes. I miss hugs, and the taste of ice cream and feeling the sun on my face. But then I remember I can do this. She did a series of loop-de-loops in the air. And it's not so bad. I smiled, wishing I could give her a hug. I'm glad you're here, Em, even if you are a troublemaking ghost. She stuck her tongue out at me. You love it and you know it. Admit it. Your life would be boring without me. Before I could reply, we heard the roof access door creak open. The night guard's flashlight beam cut through the darkness. Who's up here? He called out. Emily sprang into action. Quick, Jake! The fire escape! I scrambled towards the rusty metal ladder at the edge of the roof. As I started to climb down, I heard Emily making spooky noises behind me. Whoa! This school is haunted! Beware! She wailed dramatically. I stifled a laugh as I heard the guard's startled yelp. By the time I reached the ground, Emily was beside me, looking incredibly pleased with herself. Did you see his face? She giggled. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. We ran all the way home, alternating between breathless laughter and shushing each other. As we snuck back into my room, the adrenaline of our adventure started to wear off, replaced by a bone-deep tiredness. That was amazing, I yawned as I crawled into bed. But let's not make it a habit, okay? Emily nodded, floating lazily above my desk. Agreed, but admit it, it was fun. As I drifted off to sleep, a smile on my face, I couldn't help but think that having a ghost best friend might be the best thing that ever happened to me, even if it did mean breaking a few rules along the way. The following weekend, I was sprawled on my bed, attempting to focus on my math homework, while Emily floated restlessly around the room. Jake, she said suddenly, her voice uncharacteristically serious. I think I need to tell you something. I looked up, noticing the worried expression on her translucent face. What's up, Em? She drifted down to sit, or rather hover at the foot of my bed. I think I know why I'm still here. As a ghost, I mean. My eyes widened. We hadn't really talked about why Emily had become a ghost, or if there was a reason she was still hanging around. To be honest, I'd been afraid to ask, worried that bringing it up might somehow make her disappear. Okay, I said slowly, closing my textbook. I'm listening. Emily took a deep breath. Out of habit, I supposed, since ghosts probably didn't need to breathe. I think I have unfinished business. I frowned. Like in the movies? Where ghosts can't move on until they complete some task? She nodded. Yeah, something like that. It's like there's this pull. Like I'm supposed to do something, but I can't quite remember what it is. I sat up straighter, my homework forgotten. Well, let's figure it out then. What's the last thing you remember before, Emily's brow furrowed in concentration. I remember being in the car with my mom. We were coming back from visiting my grandmother. I was excited because... She trailed off, her eyes widening. Oh, I remember now. My grandmother gave me something. A letter, I think. She said it was important, but I never got a chance to read it. I leaned forward, intrigued. A letter? Do you know where it is now? Emily shook her head. No, but it must be at my house somewhere. Maybe in my room? An idea started to form in my mind. We need to find that letter. It might hold the key to your unfinished business. Emily's face lit up. You're right. But how are we going to get it? My parents are always home and they've been... Well, you know. I nodded, understanding. Emily's parents had been devastated by her death. The few times I'd seen them since the funeral, they'd looked like shadows of their former selves. We'll have to be sneaky, I said, a plan already taking shape. Tomorrow's Sunday. Your parents usually go to church in the morning, right? Emily nodded. Yeah, they never miss a service, even now. Okay, so here's what we'll do. The next morning found me standing nervously on the sidewalk across from Emily's house. I watched as her parents' car pulled out of the driveway and disappeared around the corner. Coast is clear, Emily announced, popping into visibility beside me. "Let's go." We hurried across the street. I hesitated at the front door, suddenly feeling like an intruder. Emily rolled her eyes. "Come on, Jake, you've been here a million times. Just use the spare key under the flower pot." I retrieved the key and let us in, trying to ignore the guilty feeling in my stomach. The house was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively home I remembered. "My room's upstairs," Emily said unnecessarily. I'd been to her room countless times before, but it felt different now. As we entered her bedroom, I was struck by how unchanged it was. It was as if time had stopped the day of the accident. Emily's backpack still sat by her desk, homework half finished. A jacket was thrown carelessly over her chair. Emily floated around the room, her expression a mix of nostalgia and sadness. It's weird seeing it like this, like I just stepped out for a minute and will be back any second. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Okay, where should we start looking for the letter? We spent the next half hour searching every inch of the room. We looked in drawers, under the bed, in every pocket of every piece of clothing, but the letter was nowhere to be found. "Maybe it's not here," I said finally, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Could it be somewhere else in the house?" Emily shook her head, frustration evident on her face. "No, I'm sure I brought it to my room. I remember putting it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "The secret compartment." I looked at her, confused. "What secret compartment?" She floated over to her desk. "There's a hidden drawer in my desk. I totally forgot about it. Quick, pull out the bottom drawer all the way." I did as she instructed, revealing a small concealed space behind it. And there, tucked away in the back, was an envelope. "That's it!" Emily exclaimed. "That's my grandmother's letter." With trembling hands, I pulled out the envelope. It was addressed to Emily in elegant, flowing script. Should I open it?" I asked hesitantly. Emily nodded. "Please. I can't do it myself, and I need to know what it says." I carefully opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. As I read it aloud, Emily listened intently, her ghostly form growing more solid with each word. "My dearest Emily, if you're reading this, it means I've passed on. But don't be sad, my sweet girl. Death is just another adventure, and I've had a wonderful life. I'm writing to tell you about a special place. Do you remember the secret garden I showed you last summer? The one with all the beautiful flowers and the old stone bench? That garden has been in our family for generations. It's a place of magic and memories. I've tended it all my life, and now it's time for you to take on that responsibility. Under the stone bench, you'll find a small box. Inside is a key and a map. The key opens a gate to a larger garden, hidden deep in the woods behind your parents' house. This garden is special, Emily. It needs love and care to thrive, but it also gives back in wonderful ways. Promise me you'll keep it alive. Plant new flowers, tend to the old ones, and most importantly, share its beauty with others. The world needs more beauty and magic, Emily. I know you can provide that. Remember, love never truly dies. It lives on in the memories we create and the beauty we leave behind. All my love, Grandma. As I finished reading, I looked up to see Emily's eyes shimmering with ghostly tears. "The garden?" she whispered. "That's my unfinished business. I promised Grandma I'd take care of it, but I never got the chance." I stood up, a new determination filling me. "Then that's what we'll do. We'll find the garden and bring it back to life, for your grandma and for you." Emily smiled, her form glowing brighter than I'd ever seen. "Really? You'd do that for me?" I nodded, grinning back at her. "Of course. That's what best friends are for, right? Even if one of them is a ghost." As we heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway, Emily's parents returning from church, we quickly put everything back in its place. "We'd better go," I whispered, tucking the letter into my pocket. Emily nodded, her eyes shining with excitement and purpose. "Yeah, we've got a garden to find." As we snuck out of the house, I couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Our adventure was just beginning, and who knew what magical discoveries awaited us in the hidden garden? One thing was for sure. With Emily by my side, it was bound to be an unforgettable journey. The week following our discovery of Emily's grandmother's letter dragged by excruciatingly slowly. Each day at school felt like an eternity as I waited for the weekend, when we could finally start our search for the hidden garden. "Come on, Jake. Focus." Emily chided me during Friday's math class. She was floating upside down next to my desk, her ghostly pigtails defying gravity. I blinked, realizing I'd been staring blankly at my textbook for the past 5 minutes. "Sorry," I whispered, careful not to let anyone hear me talking to thin air. "I just can't stop thinking about tomorrow." Emily grinned. "I know, it's going to be epic, but you still need to pass math, genius." I rolled my eyes but turned my attention back to the equations. Emily had become surprisingly studious since becoming a ghost, often reminding me to do my homework. I guess when you can't sleep or eat, you have a lot of time for school stuff. Finally, Saturday arrived. My parents were out for the day, visiting my aunt in the next town over. This was our chance. "Ready for Operation Secret Garden?" Emily asked, doing excited loop-de-loops around my room. I nodded, pulling on my shoes. "Ready as I'll ever be. But are you sure about this? Sneaking into your house again feels wrong." Emily's face softened. "I know, Jake, but we have to find that box Grandma mentioned. It's the only way to find the garden." She was right, of course. We had to do this. We made our way to Emily's house, my heart pounding with each step. The spare key was still under the flower pot, just where we'd left it last week. As we entered, Emily suddenly froze. "Jake," she whispered, "my parents are home." Panic seized me. "What? But their car isn't in the driveway." "It must be in the garage," Emily said, her ghostly form flickering with anxiety. "I can hear them in the kitchen." I was about to turn tail and run when Emily's face lit up with an idea. "The attic! They never go up there. We can search for the box and wait for them to leave." It wasn't ideal, but it was our only option. We crept up the stairs, wincing at every creak. The attic entrance was at the end of the hallway, a pull-down ladder that always stuck. "How am I supposed to open it without making noise?" I whispered. Emily grinned. "Leave it to me. I've been practicing my ghost powers." To my amazement, she floated up to the attic door and, with a look of intense concentration, managed to pull the ladder down slowly and silently. "Ta-da," she said proudly. "Ghost strength for the win." I climbed up quickly, pulling the ladder closed behind me. The attic was dusty and dim, filled with boxes and old furniture draped in sheets. "Okay," I said, brushing cobwebs from my hair. "Let's find that box." We spent the next hour carefully searching through the attic's contents. Old photo albums, Christmas decorations, and what seemed like endless boxes of Emily's baby clothes yielded nothing. "This is hopeless," I sighed, sitting down on an old trunk. "Maybe the box isn't here." Emily, however, wasn't ready to give up. "Wait a second," she said, floating over to a corner we hadn't checked yet. "What's that?" I followed her gaze to a small, ornate chest partially hidden behind a stack of boxes. It was made of dark wood with intricate carvings on its surface. "I've never seen that before," Emily mused as I carefully extracted it from its hiding place. The chest was locked, but the key was taped to its underside. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small wooden box that matched the description in Emily's grandmother's letter. "We found it!" Emily exclaimed, doing a celebratory backflip in the air. I opened the box with bated breath. Inside, just as the letter had promised, was an old-fashioned key and a folded piece of parchment that looked like a map. "This is it," I whispered, unfolding the map. It showed a winding path through the woods behind Emily's house, leading to a spot marked with an X. Emily peered over my shoulder, her ghostly form tingling with excitement. "The garden must be there. We have to go now." I was about to agree when we heard footsteps on the stairs below. Emily's parents were coming up. "Quick!" Emily hissed. "Hide!" I scrambled behind a large wardrobe, clutching the box and map to my chest. The attic door creaked open and I held my breath. "Are you sure you put it up here, dear?" Emily's mom's voice drifted up. "Positive," her dad replied. "That old photo album has to be somewhere." I watched through a crack as they rummaged through some boxes, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they'd hear it. Emily floated next to me, her face a mixture of longing and sadness as she watched her parents. "I wish I could talk to them," she whispered. "Tell them I'm okay." I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't dare make a sound. After what felt like an eternity, Emily's parents finally found what they were looking for and left the attic. As their footsteps faded, I let out a shaky breath. That was too close. Emily nodded, her expression still somber. "Yeah, but at least we got what we came for." We waited another 10 minutes to make sure the coast was clear before sneaking out of the attic and out of the house. Once we were safely away, I turned to Emily. "So, what now? Do we follow the map?" She shook her head. "Not today. It's getting late, and those woods can be tricky to navigate. We should wait until tomorrow morning." I nodded, secretly relieved. The day's adventure had left me exhausted. As we walked back to my house, Emily suddenly said, "Jake, thanks for doing this. I know it's not easy, sneaking around and keeping secrets." I smiled at her. "That's what friends are for, right? Besides, this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me." Emily grinned back. "Just wait until we find the garden. Something tells me the real adventure is just beginning." That night, as I lay in bed studying the map, I couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Tomorrow, we would venture into the woods and hopefully discover the secret garden. What magical wonders awaited us there? And would it really help Emily complete her unfinished business? As I drifted off to sleep, Emily's ghostly form keeping watch from the corner of my room, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever happened next, it was going to be an adventure unlike any other. The early morning sun filtered through my bedroom window, casting a soft glow on the crumpled map spread across my desk. I had barely slept, my mind racing with thoughts of the adventure that lay ahead. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead!" Emily's cheerful voice rang out. She was floating near the ceiling, doing lazy somersaults in the air. I rubbed my eyes, yawning. "What time is it?" "Early enough that your parents are still asleep," Emily replied with a mischievous grin. "Perfect for a secret expedition, don't you think?" My heart raced with a mixture of excitement and nervousness as I got dressed. I packed a backpack with essentials, water, snacks, a flashlight, and of course, the map and the key we'd found in the attic. As we snuck out of the house, the cool morning air nipped at my cheeks. The neighborhood was quiet, most people still tucked in their beds on this early Sunday morning. "Ready for this?" I whispered to Emily as we made our way towards the woods behind her old house. She nodded, her ghostly form shimmering with anticipation. "I've been ready for this my whole afterlife." The woods looked different in the early morning light, shadows playing tricks on my eyes. Emily floated ahead, scouting the path. "Okay," I said, consulting the map. "According to this, we need to head north for about half a mile, then take a sharp turn east at a big oak tree." Emily squinted at the trees ahead. "How are we supposed to know which one is the oak tree? They all look the same to me." I chuckled. I thought ghosts were supposed to be all-knowing or something. She stuck out her tongue at me. "Very funny. I'm a ghost, not a tree expert." As we ventured deeper into the woods, the underbrush grew thicker, making it harder to navigate. I was grateful for Emily's ability to float through obstacles, as she could scout ahead and warn me of any tricky spots. After what felt like hours but was probably only about 45 minutes, we came across a massive tree that stood out from the rest. "This has to be it," Emily exclaimed, circling the enormous trunk. "Look at the leaves, definitely an oak." I checked the map again. "Okay, so from here we turn east and... oh no." Emily floated back to me, concern etched on her translucent face. "What's wrong?" I pointed at the map. "See this part here? It's smudged. I can't make out the next landmark we're supposed to look for." Emily peered at the faded parchment. "Great. Now what?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. "Well, we know we need to go east. Let's just keep heading in that direction and hope we stumble across something that looks like it could be a secret garden entrance." We pressed on, the forest growing denser with each step. The morning light struggled to penetrate the thick canopy above, casting everything in a greenish gloom. After another hour of trudging through the undergrowth, I was starting to lose hope. My feet ached, my clothes were damp with sweat, and we seemed no closer to finding the garden. "Maybe we should head back," I said, slumping against a tree trunk. "We could have missed it or taken a wrong turn somewhere." But Emily wasn't ready to give up. "Come on, Jake. We can't quit now. We're so close I can feel it." I was about to argue when something caught my eye, a flash of color amidst the green and brown of the forest floor. "Em," I said slowly, "do you see that?" She followed my gaze, her eyes widening. There, partially hidden by a fallen log, was a tiny blue flower unlike any I'd seen in these woods before. "It's beautiful," Emily breathed, floating down for a closer look. As I approached the flower, I noticed something else. Beyond the log, barely visible through the thick foliage, was what looked like a stone wall covered in ivy. "Emily," I exclaimed, "look." We pushed through the bushes, ignoring the scratches from thorns and branches. And there it was, an old, weathered stone wall stretching as far as we could see in either direction. "This has to be it," Emily said, her whole form glowing with excitement. "The entrance to the garden must be somewhere along this wall." We began following the wall, searching for any sign of a gate or door. After a few minutes, we came across a section where the ivy grew particularly thick. "Wait a second," I mused, running my hand along the wall. "Doesn't this part feel different?" Emily floated closer, her face scrunched in concentration. "You're right. It's not as solid as the rest of the wall." Heart pounding, I began pulling away the ivy. Slowly, a wooden door emerged, its ancient planks weathered and gray with age. "The key!" Emily gasped. "Try the key." With trembling hands, I pulled out the ornate key we'd found in the attic. It fit perfectly into the rusted lock on the door. I turned to Emily, my hand on the key. "Are you ready for this?" She nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. "More than ready. Let's do it." I took a deep breath and turned the key. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of protest, the lock clicked open. Pushing against the heavy door, it slowly swung inward, revealing a sight that took our breath away. Before us lay a garden straight out of a fairy tale. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in carefully tended beds. Ancient trees with gnarled trunks stood like silent guardians. A babbling brook wound its way through the center, crossed by a quaint stone bridge. It's beautiful," I whispered, stepping into this hidden paradise. Emily floated beside me, her form seeming more solid and vibrant than ever before. "It's just like Grandma described it," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "Jake, we found it. We actually found the secret garden." As we ventured further in, I noticed something strange. The air felt different here, charged with a kind of energy I couldn't explain. And Emily, was it my imagination? Or did she look less ghostly? "Em," I said hesitantly, "do you feel any different?" She looked at her hands, her eyes widening in surprise. I think I do. It's like I'm more here somehow." "Jake, what's happening?" Before I could answer, a soft voice echoed through the garden, startling us both. "Welcome, Emily. We've been waiting for you." We spun around, searching for the source of the voice. There, standing by an ancient oak tree, was the shimmering form of an elderly woman with a kind smile. Emily gasped. "Grandma?" The woman nodded, her form glowing with a soft light. Yes, my dear. You've finally found your way here. Now your real journey can begin. As Emily floated towards her grandmother, I stood rooted to the spot, my mind reeling. What had we stumbled into? And what did Emily's grandmother mean by real journey? One thing was certain. Our adventure was far from over. In fact, it seemed like it was only just beginning. I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process the scene before me. Emily, my ghostly best friend, was embracing the shimmering form of her grandmother in the middle of a secret, magical garden we had just discovered. It was like something out of a dream, or maybe I was losing my mind. "Grandma," Emily said, her voice choked with emotion, "I can't believe it's really you." The elderly woman smiled warmly, her form glowing with a soft, ethereal light. "My dear Emily, I've been waiting for you to find your way here." I cleared my throat nervously, feeling like an intruder on this family reunion. Hello? I'm Jake, Emily's friend." Emily's grandmother turned to me, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Of course, Jake. We know all about you. Thank you for helping Emily on her journey." "We?" I asked, looking around. "Are there more of you?" As if in response to my question, other shimmering forms began to appear throughout the garden. Men and women of various ages, all with a familial resemblance to Emily, materialized among the flowers and trees. Emily gasped, her ghostly form flickering with excitement. It's our whole family." Her grandmother nodded. "Yes, dear. This garden has been in our family for generations. It's a place where the veil between the living and the dead is thin, allowing us to connect with our loved ones who have passed on." My head was spinning. This was way beyond anything I had expected when we set out to find a secret garden. "But why?" I managed to ask. A tall, distinguished-looking man stepped forward. His form was less solid than Emily's grandmother, shimmering like heat haze on a hot day. "To guide the next generation," he said, his voice echoing slightly. "I'm Thomas, Emily's great-great-grandfather. I planted many of these trees over a century ago." Emily floated closer to him, her eyes wide with wonder. "You mean our family has been tending this garden for that long?" Thomas nodded. "Even longer. This place has been sacred to our family since before my time. Each generation adds to it, nurtures it, and in return the garden provides a connection to our ancestors and to the magic that flows through all living things." I looked around, noticing for the first time how the plants seemed to pulse with an inner light, how the very air shimmered with energy. "Is that why Emily looks different here?" I asked. Emily's grandmother smiled. "You're very observant, Jake. Yes, the magic of this place strengthens Emily's connection to the physical world. Here she exists, somewhere between life and death." Emily looked at her hands in amazement. They seemed more solid, almost touchable. "Does this mean, can I come back to life?" she asked, hope filling her voice. A sad look passed between the ghostly ancestors. Emily's grandmother gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, my dear. The magic here can strengthen your form, but it can't bring you back to life. Death, once it has claimed someone, cannot be undone." Emily's face fell and I felt my heart break for her. I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't know how. How do you console a ghost who's just had her hopes of returning to life dashed? "Then why am I here?" Emily asked, her voice small and confused. "What's my unfinished business if it's not to come back to life?" An elderly man with a kind face and spectacles stepped forward. "That, my dear great-granddaughter, is something you must discover for yourself. But perhaps we can offer some guidance." He waved his hand, and the air in front of us shimmered, forming a sort of misty screen. Images began to appear. Emily is a little girl, playing in this very garden with her grandmother. "You always loved this place," Emily's grandmother said softly. "Even as a child, you understood its magic." The images shifted, showing Emily growing up, always returning to the garden. We saw her planting flowers, reading books under the old oak tree, and having picnics with her family. Your connection to this garden, to nature, and to your family has always been strong, Thomas said. That connection didn't end with your death. If anything, it's grown stronger. The misty screen dissolved, leaving Emily looking thoughtful. So, my unfinished business? It has something to do with the garden? Her great-grandfather nodded. In part, yes, but it's more than that. It's about the legacy of our family, the magic we've nurtured here for generations, and the future that's yet to come. I spoke up, feeling a bit out of my depth but wanting to help. Is there something specific Emily needs to do? Some task she needs to complete? Emily's grandmother smiled at me. Not exactly, Jake. It's not about completing a single task. It's about understanding her place in the grand tapestry of life and death, about accepting her new role as a bridge between worlds. Emily frowned. But how am I supposed to do that? I'm just me. I'm not some powerful spirit or anything. An elegant woman in vintage clothing, who I guessed was another great-grandmother, laughed softly. Oh, my dear, you underestimate yourself. You've already begun your work by bringing Jake here, by opening his eyes to the magic that exists in the world. I blinked in surprise. Me? But I haven't done anything special. Thomas smiled kindly at me. You've believed in Emily, even after her death. You've helped her navigate her new existence. And now, you're here, in a place few living humans ever see. That's quite special, wouldn't you say? I felt my cheeks grow warm, unsure how to respond to that. Emily's grandmother spoke again, her voice gentle but firm. Emily, your journey is just beginning. You have the power to bridge the gap between the living and the dead, to bring comfort to those who grieve, and to help maintain the balance of nature through this garden. Emily's eyes widened. That's a lot of responsibility. Her great-grandfather chuckled. It is. But you won't be alone. We'll be here to guide you, and you have Jake to help you in the world of the living. I nodded firmly. Absolutely. Whatever you need, Em, I'm here for you. Emily smiled at me gratefully before turning back to her ancestors. So what do I do now? How do I start this bridging thing? Her grandmother gestured towards a small pond near the center of the garden that I hadn't noticed before. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the sky like a perfect mirror. Look into the pond, she instructed. It will show you glimpses of those who need your help, living and dead alike. Your task is to guide them, comfort them, and sometimes help them find their way here. Emily floated over to the pond, peering into its depths. I followed, curious, but also a little afraid of what we might see. As we gazed into the water, images began to form. I saw Emily's parents, looking sad and lost in their empty house. I saw classmates from our school, struggling to come to terms with Emily's death. And I saw other spirits, wandering aimlessly, unable to find peace. Emily looked up from the pond, determination shining in her eyes. I understand now. This is why I'm still here, to help others, to be a guide. Her grandmother nodded proudly. Yes, my dear. And in doing so, you'll help yourself find peace as well. As the sun began to set, casting the garden in a warm golden glow, I realized we had spent hours here without it feeling like any time had passed at all. Emily's ancestors began to fade, their forms growing dimmer. It's time for us to go, Thomas said. But remember, we're always here when you need us. Emily's grandmother hugged her one last time before fading away. We're so proud of you, Emily. And Jake. She turned to me with a smile. Thank you for being such a wonderful friend to our Emily. Take care of each other. As the last of the spirits disappeared, Emily and I were left alone in the garden, the weight of our new knowledge and responsibilities settling over us. Well, I said, trying to lighten the mood, I guess we found your unfinished business, and then some. Emily laughed, the sound like tinkling bells in the quiet garden. Yeah, I guess we did. Thanks for sticking with me through all this, Jake. I couldn't ask for a better friend. As we made our way back to the garden's entrance, I couldn't help but feel that our adventure was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was just beginning. With Emily as a spiritual guide and me as her living anchor, who knew what challenges and wonders awaited us? One thing was certain: life and afterlife was about to get a whole lot more interesting. The week following our discovery of the secret garden passed in a blur of normalcy that felt oddly out of place. I went to school, did my homework, and tried to act like everything was fine. But my mind was constantly wandering back to the magical place hidden in the woods and the incredible responsibility that had been placed on Emily's spectral shoulders. It was Friday afternoon when Emily appeared in my room, her ghostly form shimmering with excitement. "Jake, we need to go back to the garden, now!" she exclaimed, doing loop-de-loops in the air. I looked up from my history textbook, startled. "Now? But it's almost dinner time. My parents will wonder where I've gone." Emily rolled her eyes. "Come on, Jake, this is important. I've been hearing whispers. I think someone needs our help." The urgency in her voice convinced me. I quickly scribbled a note to my parents saying I was going for a walk and would be back for dinner. As we made our way through the woods, the familiar path now etched in my memory, Emily filled me in on what she'd been experiencing. "It's like voices on the wind," she explained, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I can't make out the words, but I can feel the emotions. Someone's in pain, Jake. They need us." We reached the ivy-covered wall, and I used the key to unlock the hidden door. As we stepped into the garden, I was once again struck by its otherworldly beauty. The flowers seemed to glow in the late afternoon light, and the air hummed with an energy I couldn't quite explain. Emily immediately floated towards the small pond her grandmother had shown us. I followed, my heart racing with anticipation and a touch of fear. As we gazed into the still waters, an image began to form. It showed a young woman, probably in her early 20s, sitting alone in a small apartment. She was crying, clutching a photograph to her chest. "Do you know her?" I asked Emily, but she shook her head. "No, but I can feel her pain. It's overwhelming," Emily replied, her ghostly form flickering with empathy. Suddenly, the image in the pond shifted. We saw flashes of the young woman's memories, her laughing with an older man who looked like her father, the two of them hiking in the mountains, sharing ice cream cones in the park. Then abruptly, we saw a hospital room, the man lying still in a bed, the young woman holding his hand as machines beeped ominously around them. "Oh," Emily gasped. "She lost her father. Recently, I think. That's why she's in so much pain." I felt a lump form in my throat. "So what do we do? How can we help her?" Emily looked uncertain for a moment, then her eyes lit up with determination. "We need to find her. In the real world, I mean. Maybe I can communicate with her somehow. But how? We don't even know her name or where she lives," I pointed out. As if in response to my question, the pond's surface rippled and an address appeared. 42 Maple Street, apartment 3B, Emily read aloud. "That's not far from here." I checked my watch, feeling conflicted. "Em, it's getting late. My parents will be worried if I'm not back for dinner." Emily looked at me pleadingly. "Please, Jake, this is important. I can feel it. We need to help her." I sighed, knowing I couldn't refuse. "All right, but we have to be quick." We left the garden, locking the door carefully behind us, and made our way through the darkening woods towards Maple Street. As we approached the apartment building, I felt a growing sense of unease. "Em, what exactly are we going to do? I can't just knock on her door and say, 'Hi, my ghost friend sensed you were sad and wanted to help.'" Emily bit her lip, looking uncertain for the first time. I'm not sure, but we have to try something." As we stood in front of the building trying to figure out our next move, a gust of wind blew past us. Emily's eyes widened. "Jake, I can hear him. Her father. His spirit is here." I looked around wildly but saw nothing. "Where? What's he saying?" Emily closed her eyes, concentrating. He's worried about her. He wants her to know he's okay, that he's still watching over her. She opened her eyes, a look of determination on her face. I need to tell her. Before I could stop her, Emily floated up to the third floor and phased through the wall of apartment 3B. I was left standing on the sidewalk, heart pounding, wondering what on earth was happening inside. Several minutes passed, feeling like hours. Just as I was considering buzzing the apartment to check if everything was okay, the front door of the building opened. The young woman we had seen in the pond stepped out, looking around with a mixture of confusion and wonder on her face. Her eyes landed on me and she approached hesitantly. "Excuse me," she said, her voice hoarse from crying. Did you just visit my apartment?" I froze, unsure how to respond. She continued, her words tumbling out in a rush. "It's just, something strange just happened. I felt this presence, and I could have sworn I heard my dad's voice. He told me he loved me and that he was at peace." Her eyes filled with tears. I know it sounds crazy, but it felt so real. I swallowed hard, then made a decision. "It doesn't sound crazy at all," I said gently. Sometimes the people we love find ways to reach us, even after they're gone." The woman wiped her eyes, a small smile forming on her lips. "You know, that's exactly what my dad would have said. He always believed in that kind of thing." She took a deep breath, seeming lighter somehow. "Thank you. I don't know why, but talking to you has made me feel better." As she turned to go back inside, Emily appeared beside me, beaming. "We did it, Jake. We helped her." I waited until the woman was back inside before responding. "What happened up there, Em?" Emily's eyes shone with excitement. "It was amazing. I could see her father's spirit. He was so worried about her. I sort of acted as a conduit, I guess. Helped him communicate with her. She couldn't see me, but she could feel his presence and hear his message." I shook my head in wonder. "That's incredible, Em. You really are a bridge between worlds." As we walked home, Emily chattering excitedly about her new abilities, I couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and trepidation. This gift of Emily's was powerful, beautiful even, but I had a feeling it would lead us into situations far more complex and potentially dangerous than we could imagine. When I finally got home, late for dinner and full of half-truths about getting lost on my walk, I couldn't shake the feeling that our adventures were only just beginning. Emily had found her purpose, her unfinished business, but something told me that fulfilling it would be a long and challenging journey. As I drifted off to sleep that night, Emily keeping watch from her usual spot in the corner of my room, I wondered what other lost souls might be out there, whispering in the wind, waiting for a ghostly guide and her living friend to help them find peace. The old wooden stairs creaked ominously under my feet as I ascended into the attic, each step sending a shiver down my spine. Emily floated effortlessly beside me, her ghostly form casting a faint blue glow in the dim space. "I can't believe we're actually doing this," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Emily grinned, her spectral features alight with excitement. "Come on, Lily. Where's your sense of adventure? This is just like old times, sneaking around and solving mysteries." I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, despite the eerie atmosphere. "Yeah, except now you're see-through and can float through walls." As we reached the top of the stairs, I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers brushing against cobwebs. With a click, a single bare bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows across the cluttered space. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories. Dust-covered furniture, old paintings, and countless boxes were strewn about, creating a maze of history. The musty smell of age filled my nostrils, making me sneeze. "Bless you," Emily said automatically, then giggled. "I guess I don't have to worry about germs anymore." I rolled my eyes but couldn't suppress a chuckle. "All right, ghost girl, where do we start? This place is huge." Emily floated around, her eyes scanning the room. "I'm not sure. It's been so long since I was up here with Grandma. Everything looks different. We began our search, carefully shifting through boxes and peering under sheet-covered furniture. Every creak and groan of the old house made me jump, my nerves on edge. "Hey, Lily," Emily called from across the room. "Check this out." I made my way over to her, navigating around a precariously balanced stack of old magazines. Emily was hovering near an ornate wooden chest, her translucent hand passing through its surface. "I remember this," she said, excitement coloring her voice. "Grandma used to keep all her special keepsakes in here." My hands trembled slightly as I knelt before the chest, brushing away a thick layer of dust. The brass lock was tarnished, but still secure. "It's locked," I said, disappointment evident in my tone. Emily's brow furrowed in concentration. "There has to be a key somewhere. Grandma wouldn't have locked it without a way to open it." We resumed our search with renewed vigor, combing every inch of the attic for any sign of a key. As the minutes ticked by, frustration began to set in. "This is hopeless," I sighed, slumping against an old armchair. "We're never going to find it." Emily floated down to eye level, her expression determined. "Don't give up, Lily. We've come too far to quit now. Think. If you were Grandma, where would you hide a key?" I closed my eyes, trying to think like Emily's grandmother. Suddenly, a memory flashed in my mind. Emily once telling me about her grandmother's love of puzzles and riddles. "Wait a second," I said, sitting up straight. "Your grandma loved puzzles, right? What if the key isn't just sitting around? What if it's hidden in plain sight?" Emily's eyes widened. "You're right. Oh, Lily, you're brilliant." With renewed enthusiasm, we began examining the attic with a different perspective. Instead of just looking for a key, we searched for anything that seemed out of place or could be a potential puzzle. After what felt like hours, I noticed something odd about an old painting leaning against the wall. It depicted a serene garden scene, but one of the flowers seemed slightly raised. "Emily, look at this," I called, gesturing to the painting. She floated over, her spectral form passing through a stack of boxes. "What is it?" I pointed to the raised flower. "Does this look strange to you?" Emily peered closely at the painting, then gasped. "That's Grandma's favorite flower, a yellow daffodil. She always said they represented new beginnings." With trembling fingers, I gently pressed the raised flower. To our amazement, it clicked inward, and a small compartment in the frame popped open. Inside lay a tarnished brass key. "We did it!" I exclaimed, carefully extracting the key. Emily did a backflip in the air, her joy palpable. "You're amazing, Lily. I can't believe we found it." We rushed back to the wooden chest, anticipation building. The key slid into the lock smoothly, and with a satisfying click, the chest opened. Inside, we found a treasure trove of memories. Old photographs, letters, and trinkets filled the space. But what caught our attention was a small box nestled in the corner labeled with Emily's name. "This is it," Emily whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "This has to be what we're looking for." I carefully lifted the box, my heart racing. Inside, we found more photos of Emily and her grandmother, along with a beautiful locket and a leather-bound journal. "The journal," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. "That has to be where Grandma wrote about her secret, but it's locked too." Sure enough, a small lock kept the journal sealed. I turned it over in my hands, looking for any clue about how to open it. "Wait a second," I said, examining the locket. "Look at the shape of this pendant. Doesn't it look like—" "A key," Emily finished, her eyes wide with realization. With shaking hands, I carefully inserted the locket's pendant into the journal's lock. It fit perfectly, and with a gentle turn, the journal opened. "We did it," I breathed, hardly daring to believe our success. Emily hovered close, her ethereal form trembling with anticipation. "What does it say?" I opened the journal, and a slip of paper fell out. On it, in elegant handwriting, was a message. "My dearest Emily, If you're reading this, then you've solved the first puzzle. But your journey is far from over. Within these pages lies the truth about our family's legacy and the task that now falls to you. Trust in yourself and in those who love you. The greatest adventures are those we share with friends. All my love, Grandma. Emily and I exchanged looks of excitement and trepidation. We had found what we were looking for, but it was clear that our adventure was only just beginning. "Are you ready for this?" I asked, holding up the journal. Emily nodded, a determined smile on her face. "As long as we're in this together, I'm ready for anything." As we sat there in the dusty attic, surrounded by memories and mysteries, I felt a mix of excitement and fear for what lay ahead. But with Emily by my side, I knew we could face whatever challenges awaited us in the pages of her grandmother's journal. The bus ride home from Emily's grandmother's house felt interminable. My body ached from hours spent searching the dusty attic, but my mind buzzed with excitement. The locked journal we'd discovered sat heavily in my backpack, its secrets tantalizing and just out of reach. Emily floated beside me, her ghostly form invisible to the other passengers. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, and I could almost see the gears turning in her spectral mind. "What are you thinking about?" I whispered, careful not to draw attention from the elderly woman dozing across the aisle. Emily's eyes met mine, a mix of determination and frustration evident in her gaze. "I'm trying to remember, Lily. There has to be something, some clue about where Grandma might have hidden the key to the journal." I nodded, understanding her frustration. We'd spent hours combing through the attic, searching for any sign of a key that might unlock the journal's mysteries, but our efforts had been in vain, and now we were heading home with more questions than answers. As the bus rumbled through the countryside, I found myself lost in thought, replaying memories of the times I'd spent with Emily and her grandmother. Mrs. Henderson had always been a warm, enigmatic presence with a twinkle in her eye that hinted at hidden depths. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, sharp and clear. "Emily," I gasped, sitting up straight. "Do you remember that necklace your grandmother always wore? The one with the little silver key pendant?" Emily's eyes widened, a spectral hand flying to her mouth. "Of course. How could I forget? She never took it off. She always said it was the key to her heart." Excitement bubbled up inside me. What if it wasn't just a saying? What if it's actually the key we're looking for? The ghost of my best friend did a mid-air backflip, her joy palpable. "Lily, you're a genius. It has to be." "But..." Her excitement dimmed slightly. "How are we going to get it? I'm pretty sure Mom has all of Grandma's jewelry now." Reality crashed down around us. Getting the necklace meant going to Emily's house, facing her grieving parents, and somehow obtaining a cherished piece of jewelry. The task seemed impossible. "We'll figure it out," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We have to. It's our only lead." The rest of the journey passed in a blur of whispered plans and nervous anticipation. By the time we reached our stop, we had hatched a tentative strategy, though the thought of carrying it out made my stomach churn with guilt. As we approached my house, Emily suddenly froze, her ethereal form shimmering with agitation. "Lily, wait. I can't ask you to do this. It's too much. My parents are already hurting, and now we're talking about basically stealing from them." I turned to face her, my heart heavy but resolved. "Emily, we're not stealing, we're borrowing, and it's for a good reason. Don't you want to know what your grandmother's secret is? What if it's something important?" Emily bit her lip, a habit that had carried over even into her ghostly form. "I do, but..." "No buts," I interrupted gently. "You're my best friend, Emily. In life and, well, after. I promise to help you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. We'll return the necklace as soon as we're done, I swear." After a moment of hesitation, Emily nodded, a small smile tugging at her translucent lips. "Okay, thank you, Lily. I don't know what I'd do without you." The next day dawned bright and clear, a stark contrast to the turmoil in my heart. I stood before my mirror, smoothing down my black dress and trying to calm my nerves. The plan was simple. I would visit Emily's parents under the guise of offering condolences and sharing memories. Then, if an opportunity presented itself, I would try to borrow the necklace. Emily materialized beside me, her face a mask of concern. "Are you sure about this, Lily? You don't have to go through with it if you're not comfortable." I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "I'm sure. It's our only chance to unlock the journal and figure out your unfinished business. Besides, I do want to see your parents. They must be going through so much right now." The walk to Emily's house felt like a march to the gallows. Each step was heavy, weighted down by guilt and apprehension. Emily floated silently beside me, her presence both a comfort and a reminder of the bizarre situation we found ourselves in. As we approached the familiar front door, my hand trembled slightly as I reached for the doorbell. The chime echoed through the house, and for a moment I considered turning and running. But then the door opened, revealing Emily's mother, her eyes red-rimmed and tired. "Lily?" Mrs. Taylor's voice cracked slightly. "Oh, sweetheart, come in." I stepped into the house, the familiar surroundings now tinged with an air of sadness. Photos of Emily smiled down from the walls, frozen moments of a life cut too short. My throat tightened as I turned to Mrs. Taylor. "I hope it's okay that I came by," I said softly. I wanted to see how you and Mr. Taylor were doing." Mrs. Taylor's eyes welled up with tears, and before I knew it, I was enveloped in a tight hug. "Oh, Lily, you're such a dear. We're managing. One day at a time, you know?" I nodded, my own eyes stinging with unshed tears. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Emily watching us, her spectral form shimmering with emotion. We moved to the living room, where Mr. Taylor sat in his armchair, looking lost and small. He managed a weak smile when he saw me. "Lily, it's good to see you. Emily would be happy you came by." If only they knew how right he was. Emily hovered near her father, her hand passing ineffectually through his shoulder in an attempt at comfort. For the next hour we sat and talked, sharing memories of Emily. I told them about our adventures, the silly jokes we used to make, the dreams we had shared. With each story, I saw a spark of life return to their eyes, even as the pain of loss lingered. As the conversation waned, Mrs. Taylor excused herself to make some tea. This was my chance. With my heart pounding, I asked if I could use the bathroom. "Of course, dear. You know where it is," Mr. Taylor said, waving me off. I made my way upstairs, Emily following close behind. "Lily, are you sure about this?" she whispered, though there was no need. No one else could hear her. "No," I admitted, "but we have to try." In Emily's parents' room, I quickly spotted the jewelry box on the dresser. My hands shook as I opened it, searching for the familiar necklace. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as I rifled through the contents, acutely aware of every creak and sound from downstairs. Just as panic began to set in, my fingers closed around a delicate chain. I pulled it out, revealing the small silver key pendant. "Found it," I breathed, relief washing over me. Emily's eyes widened. "That's it. Lily, you did it." With trembling hands, I slipped the necklace into my pocket, my heart racing. As I turned to leave, my eyes fell on a framed photo of Emily and her grandmother, both smiling widely. Guilt twisted in my stomach. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the photo. "We'll bring it back soon, I promise." Rejoining Emily's parents downstairs, I accepted a cup of tea with shaking hands, the weight of the necklace in my pocket feeling like a lead weight. As I sipped the too-hot liquid, I tried to focus on the conversation, but my mind was elsewhere, already racing ahead to our next steps. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I made my excuses to leave. Mrs. Taylor hugged me tightly at the door. "Thank you for coming, Lily. It means so much to us. You were such a good friend to Emily." Her words were like a knife to my heart. "She was my best friend," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. I miss her every day. As I walked away from the house, Emily floating silently beside me, the weight of what we'd done settled heavily on my shoulders. The necklace in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric. "We did it," Emily said softly, her voice a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Now we can finally unlock the journal." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. We had crossed a line, and there was no going back now. Whatever secrets Emily's grandmother's journal held, they had better be worth the guilt that now gnawed at my conscience. As we hurried home, the sun beginning to set behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the precipice of something big. The key to Emily's unfinished business was literally in my pocket, and soon we would unlock the mysteries that had brought my best friend back from beyond the grave. But as excitement battled with guilt in my heart, one question lingered. At what cost would these secrets come? The weight of Emily's grandmother's necklace felt like a stone in my pocket as we rushed back to my house. Every step was a battle between excitement and guilt, the thrill of discovery warring with the shame of what we'd done to get here. "Are you okay, Lily?" Emily's spectral form floated beside me, her face etched with concern. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The memory of Mrs. Taylor's tearful gratitude was still fresh in my mind, making the necklace feel even heavier. As we entered my room, I carefully closed the door behind us, even though my parents weren't home. Old habits die hard, I suppose, even when your best friend is a ghost. "All right," I said, finally finding my voice. "Let's do this." With trembling hands, I retrieved the locked journal from my backpack. It sat on my desk, its weathered leather cover a testament to the secrets it held. Beside it, I placed the delicate silver necklace, its key pendant glinting in the late afternoon sunlight. Emily hovered close, her ethereal form vibrating with anticipation. "I can't believe we're finally going to find out what Grandma wanted to tell me," she whispered. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Here goes nothing," I murmured, picking up the necklace. The key pendant was small, barely larger than my fingernail. For a moment, I feared it wouldn't fit, that all our efforts had been for nothing. But as I carefully inserted it into the journal's lock, I felt a satisfying click. Emily and I exchanged a look of excitement and trepidation. "Open it," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper. With reverence, I lifted the cover. The pages inside were filled with elegant, flowing script, the ink slightly faded with age. A small envelope fell out, addressed to Emily in the same handwriting. "It's for you," I said unnecessarily. Emily nodded, her eyes fixed on the envelope. "Read it to me?" she asked, her voice small and vulnerable. I carefully opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. Taking a deep breath, I began to read aloud. "My dearest Emily, if you're reading this, then I'm no longer with you, and you've discovered the truth about our family's legacy. I'm sorry for keeping this secret from you for so long, but I needed to be sure you were ready for the responsibility that comes with it. Our family has a gift, Emily. We are guardians of the veil, protectors of the boundary between the world of the living and the world of spirits. For generations, we have helped lost souls find their way and maintain the balance between realms. This journal contains all the knowledge and wisdom I've gathered over my years as a guardian. It's now your turn to take up this mantle, to help those caught between worlds and to preserve the natural order. I know this is a lot to take in, my dear, but remember, you are stronger than you know, and you have a pure heart. Trust in yourself and in those who love you. You are not alone in this journey. All my love, Grandma." As I finished reading, a heavy silence fell over the room. Emily's spectral form flickered, her expression a mix of shock, confusion, and awe. I don't understand," she finally said, her voice trembling. "Guardians of the Veil? Lost souls? What does it all mean?" I shook my head, equally bewildered. "I don't know, Em, but it seems like your grandmother was involved in something supernatural." A humorless laugh escaped Emily. "Supernatural? Lily, I'm a ghost. I think we're well past supernatural at this point. She had a point. I turned back to the journal, flipping through the pages. They were filled with sketches, notes, and what looked like incantations or spells. It was overwhelming, like stepping into a world I never knew existed. "Look at this," I said, pointing to a particular page. It showed a detailed drawing of a pendant, not unlike the one we'd used to open the journal. The text beside it described it as a spirit key, capable of opening doorways between realms. Emily leaned in close, her ethereal form passing partially through my shoulder. The sensation sent a shiver down my spine. "Do you think that's what the necklace is?" she asked. I nodded slowly. "It would explain why your grandmother always wore it, and why it was able to open this journal." As we continued to explore the journal's contents, a picture began to form. Emily's grandmother had been part of a long line of guardians, tasked with helping spirits move on to the afterlife and preventing malevolent entities from crossing into our world. The journal was filled with accounts of her experiences, techniques for communicating with spirits, and warnings about the dangers of meddling with the veil between worlds. "This is incredible," I breathed, feeling both awed and slightly terrified. "Your grandmother was like a real-life ghostbuster." Emily didn't share my enthusiasm. She floated back, hugging herself as if cold. "But why me? Why didn't she tell me about any of this when she was alive?" I glanced back at the letter. "She said she wanted to be sure you were ready. Maybe this is why you're still here, Em. Maybe this is your unfinished business." The idea hung in the air between us, heavy with implications. If this was truly Emily's purpose, what did that mean for her? For us? Emily shook her head, frustration evident in her flickering form. "But I don't know how to do any of this. I'm just me. I'm not some mystical guardian. I can't even touch anything in the real world." I reached out instinctively to comfort her, my hand passing through her shoulder. "We'll figure it out together, Em. That's what your grandmother said. Remember? You're not alone in this." As if in response to my words, a gust of wind swept through the room, rustling the pages of the journal. They settled on a page titled, "The First Step, Connecting with Your Guardian Spirit." Emily and I exchanged a look of surprise and nervousness. "Should we try it?" I asked hesitantly. After a moment's pause, Emily nodded. "We've come this far. Might as well see it through." Following the instructions in the journal, I lit a candle and placed it on my desk. The flame flickered, casting dancing shadows across the walls. I took the spirit key necklace and held it over the flame, reciting the words written in the journal. "By the light of this flame, I call upon the guardian spirit. Bridge the gap between worlds, guide us on this path. Show us the way. Reveal what was hidden." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the flame surged upward, growing to an impossible height before extinguishing itself in a puff of smoke. In its place stood a shimmering, translucent figure, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a warm smile. "Grandma?" Emily gasped, her spectral form trembling. The figure nodded, her smile widening. "Hello, my dears. I've been waiting for you to find me." I could only stare in amazement, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. Emily's grandmother, or her spirit, was standing in my bedroom, as real and yet as ethereal as Emily herself. "I know you have many questions," Mrs. Henderson's spirit said gently. "And I promise in time all will be explained, but for now know this. Emily, you have a great destiny ahead of you. And Lily," her kind eyes turned to me, "your friendship and loyalty will be crucial in the trials to come." "Trials?" I squeaked, finding my voice at last. "What trials?" Mrs. Henderson's form began to fade, her voice becoming distant. "The veil is thinning, my dears. Dark forces gather. You must be prepared. Trust in each other. Trust in your abilities. The answers you seek are within the journal. I will be watching over you." With those ominous words, she vanished, leaving Emily and me alone once more. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. Emily turned to me, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "Lily, what have we gotten ourselves into?" I shook my head, my mind reeling from everything we'd learned. "I don't know, Em, but whatever it is, we're in it together." As we turned back to the journal, ready to delve deeper into its mysteries, I couldn't shake the feeling that our lives had just changed irrevocably. Whatever trials lay ahead, whatever dark forces Mrs. Henderson had warned us about, one thing was certain: our adventure was only just beginning. The weight of the spirit key necklace in my hand seemed to pulse with potential, a reminder of the responsibility we now carried. As Emily's best friend, and now it seemed her partner in this supernatural guardianship, I made a silent vow to see this through, no matter what challenges we might face. Little did I know just how soon those challenges would arrive, or how they would test the very limits of our friendship, our courage, and our newfound roles as protectors of the veil between worlds. The days following our encounter with Emily's grandmother's spirit were a whirlwind of research and practice. We pored over the journal, trying to decipher its cryptic passages and master the techniques it described. My room had become a makeshift headquarters for our supernatural studies, with candles, crystals, and hastily scribbled notes covering every surface. "Lily, look at this," Emily called out, her spectral form hovering over an open page of the journal. "It talks about something called ethereal resonance. Apparently it's a way for spirits to interact with physical objects." I leaned in, squinting at the faded text. "Interesting. Does it say how it works?" Emily's brow furrowed in concentration. "It's not very clear. Something about aligning spiritual energies with the physical world. Maybe if I..." She trailed off, focusing intently on a pencil lying on my desk. To my amazement, it began to wobble slightly, then rolled a few inches before coming to a stop. "Emily!" I exclaimed. "You did it!" My ghostly friend beamed, her form glowing brighter with excitement. "I can't believe it actually worked. It's like I can feel the energy of the pencil if I concentrate hard enough." We spent the next hour experimenting with Emily's newfound ability. She managed to flip pages in a book, nudge small objects across the desk, and even lift a feather a few inches off the surface. It was exhausting for her, but the progress was undeniable. As night fell, we decided to take a break. I stretched, my muscles stiff from hours of sitting hunched over the journal. "We should probably call it a day," I yawned. "My parents will be home soon, and I still have homework to do." Emily nodded, looking equally drained despite her incorporeal state. "Yeah, you're right. Besides, I think I've pushed my ghostly powers to the limit for today." Just as I was about to close the journal, a gust of wind swept through the room, rustling its pages. They settled on a section we hadn't noticed before, titled "Whispers of the Lost." "Wait," Emily said, her eyes widening. "What's this about?" I leaned in, reading aloud. "In times of great disturbance in the veil, the cries of lost souls may reach the ears of the living. A guardian must learn to listen to these whispers, for they often herald impending danger or souls in dire need of guidance." A chill ran down my spine as I finished reading. Emily and I exchanged worried glances. "Do you think..." I began, but Emily cut me off. "Shh," she hissed, her form suddenly alert. "Do you hear that?" I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the faint hum of the house and distant traffic outside. "Hear what?" Emily's eyes darted around the room, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. "It's like whispers. So many voices all talking at once. I can't make out what they're saying, but they sound scared." My heart began to race. "I don't hear anything, Em. Are you sure?" She nodded emphatically. "It's getting louder. Something's wrong, Lily. Something's very wrong." Before I could respond, a piercing scream cut through the air. I jumped, nearly falling out of my chair. "Okay, that I definitely heard." Emily's form flickered, her face pale even for a ghost. "It's coming from outside. We need to go, now." Without thinking, I grabbed the spirit key necklace and shoved the journal into my backpack. We raced downstairs and out the front door, following the ethereal sounds only Emily could hear. The streets were eerily quiet as we ran, the only sound our footsteps on the pavement and my labored breathing. Emily floated ahead, leading the way with a determined expression. "There!" she suddenly shouted, pointing towards the old, abandoned factory at the edge of town. As we approached, I began to hear what Emily had been describing, a cacophony of whispers and wails growing louder with each step. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and a sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach. "Emily," I panted, trying to catch my breath. "What are we walking into here?" She shook her head, her spectral form shimmering with agitation. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's bad. The voices, they're in pain, Lily. They're calling for help." We reached the rusty gates of the factory, chains hanging uselessly from the fence. Emily passed through effortlessly, while I had to squeeze through a gap in the metal. The factory loomed before us, its broken windows like dark, empty eyes staring down at us. The whispers had grown to a constant, unsettling hum that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "We should call someone," I said, my voice shaking. "The police or, I don't know, ghost hunters?" Emily turned to me, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "We are the ghost hunters now, Lily. Remember what Grandma said? We're the guardians. This is our responsibility." I swallowed hard, knowing she was right but terrified of what lay ahead. "Okay, what do we do?" "We go in," Emily said firmly, "and we help whoever or whatever is in there." Taking a deep breath, I nodded and followed Emily into the dark maw of the abandoned factory. The moment we crossed the threshold, the atmosphere changed. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain but could definitely feel. "The veil is thin here," Emily whispered, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. "It's like reality is stretched to its breaking point." As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw shapes moving in the shadows, wispy, translucent forms that darted just out of sight. The whispers grew more distinct, a chorus of pleas and laments that made my heart ache. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "We're here to help. Can anyone tell us what's happening?" A cold wind whipped through the factory, carrying with it a multitude of voices. "Trapped. Can't move on. Help us. The Dark One comes." Emily and I exchanged alarmed glances. "The Dark One?" I repeated, a shiver running down my spine. Before Emily could respond, a deep, menacing laugh reverberated through the building. The temperature plummeted, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. "Well, well, well," a silky voice purred from the shadows. "What have we here?" A fledgling guardian and her little mortal friend. How delicious.
A figure materialized before us, tall, imposing, with eyes that glowed like embers and a face as pale as death. He wore a suit of deepest black, and shadows seemed to cling to him like a second skin. Emily moved protectively in front of me, her form glowing brighter. "Who are you? What have you done to these spirits?" The dark figure's laugh sent chills down my spine. "I am many things, little ghost. Some call me the Collector, others the Soul Eater, but you call me Mr. Graves." He swept his arm out, gesturing to the wisps of spirits sweating around us. "As for these pathetic, they're a part of my collection now, trapped between worlds, unable to move on, their energy feeding me for all eternity." Anger flared within me, momentarily overriding my fear. "That's horrible. You can't do that to them." The Graves turned his burning gaze on me, and I felt as if my very soul was scrutinized. "And who's going to stop me?" "You," he chuckled darkly. "You're barely more than children playing at being guardians. You have no..." Emily's form pulsed with a fierce light. "We may be new at this, but we're not alone. We have knowledge, we have each other, and we have the strength of those who came before us."
As if in response to her words, the spirit key around my neck began to glow, warmth spreading through my body. The trapped spirits seemed to rally, their whispers growing stronger, more defiant. Mr. Graves's smug expression faltered for a moment before twisting into a snarl. "Foolish children. You think you can challenge me? I've been collecting souls since before your ancestors were born." He raised his hands, darkness coalescing around them like living smoke. The trapped spirits wailed in fear and pain. In that moment, I knew we were in way over our heads. This wasn't some simple ghost or lost soul. This was a being of immense power and malevolence. But as I looked at Emily, her spectral form blazing with determination. I also knew we couldn't back down. These souls needed us, and we were their only hope. I clutched the spirit key tightly, feeling its power pulse in sync with my racing heart. "Emily," I whispered, "what do we do?" My ghostly best friend turned to me, her eyes shining with a mixture of fear and resolve. "We fight, Lily. We fight with everything we've got." As Mr. Graves launched his attack, shadows racing towards us like a tidal wave of darkness, I realized that our crash course in guardian duties was about to be put to the ultimate test. Whatever happened next would define not just our roles as protectors of the veil, but the very fate of countless lost souls caught in the crossfire of a battle we barely understood. With the spirit key glowing like a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness, Emily and I stood our ground, ready to face whatever horrors Mr. Graves had in store for us. Our adventure had taken a dangerous turn, and I couldn't help but wonder if we'd make it out of this factory, and this night, alive and whole. The wave of darkness crashed towards us, a roiling mass of shadows and malevolent energy. My heart thundered in my chest, fear threatening to overwhelm me. But as the spirit key pulsed warmly against my skin, I felt a surge of courage. "Emily!" I shouted over the din of wailing spirits. "The journal. There must be something in there we can use." My ghostly friend nodded, her form flickering with determination. "Cover me!" As Emily dove towards my backpack, I stepped forward, holding the spirit key out like a shield. Instinctively, I began to recite words I didn't even know I remembered from the journal. "By the light of the guardians, by the strength of the veil, I command you, shadows, to disperse and fail." To my amazement, a burst of golden light erupted from the key, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Mr. Graves snarled, his fiery eyes narrowing in anger and surprise. "Impossible," he hissed. "You're nothing but a novice." Emily reappeared at my side, the journal floating before her. "Maybe so," she said, her voice stronger than I'd ever heard it. "But we're quick learners. Lily, look." The journal had opened to a page titled, "Banishing Ritual for Malevolent Entities." My eyes widened as I skimmed the text. Mr. Graves, seeming to sense the danger, launched another attack. "Enough of this foolishness," he roared, shadows coalescing into razor-sharp tendrils that lashed out at us. I ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the shadowy whips. Emily phased through them, her spectral form untouchable. "Lily," she called, "we need to form a circle of protection." Scrambling to my feet, I began to trace a wide circle around us with the spirit key, leaving a trail of softly glowing light in its wake. As I completed the circle, a shimmering dome of energy sprang up around us, momentarily halting Mr. Graves's assault. "No!" he bellowed, pounding against the barrier with fists wreathed in darkness. "You cannot hope to stand against me." But his words lacked their earlier confidence. I could see uncertainty creeping into his burning gaze. "Quick," Emily said, gesturing to the journal. "We need to read this together. It's a 2-part incantation, one for the living, one for the spirit realm." I nodded, taking a deep breath to steady myself. As one, Emily and I began to recite the ancient words. "From 2 realms we stand united, living and dead, our powers ignited. By the authority of the guardians true, we banish the darkness, we banish you." The spirit key blazed with blinding light, and Emily's form grew so bright I could barely look at her. Mr. Graves screamed, a sound of pure rage, and... was that fear? "No, I will not be defeated by children," he howled, redoubling his efforts to break through our protective barrier. The trapped spirits, sensing a chance at freedom, began to rally. Their whispers grew louder, more coherent, joining our chant. "Banish the darkness, break the chains, release us from our spectral pains." Mr. Graves's form began to waver, as if he was having trouble maintaining his corporeal appearance. "You don't know what you're doing," he snarled. "The balance must be maintained. Without me, chaos will reign." But we pressed on, our voices growing stronger with each repetition of the incantation. The spirit key pulsed in time with our words, each beat sending out a wave of pure, cleansing light. Suddenly there was a deafening crack, like thunder right overhead. The protective dome shattered, but instead of leaving us vulnerable, the energy expanded outward in a massive shock wave. It swept through the factory, dispelling shadows and breaking the bonds that held the trapped spirits. Mr. Graves let out one final furious roar before his form dissolved into wisps of rapidly dissipating darkness. In his place stood hundreds of spirits, their forms growing clearer and more distinct by the second. As the echoes of our battle faded, an awed hush fell over the factory. Emily and I stood in the center of it all, breathing hard. Well, I was breathing hard. Emily just looked stunned. Did we actually do it? I asked, my voice hoarse from chanting. Emily nodded slowly, a smile spreading across her spectral face. We did it, Lily. We really did it. The spirits around us began to murmur, their voices a mix of gratitude and wonder. One by one, they started to glow with a soft, peaceful light. An elderly woman's spirit approached us, her eyes brimming with ethereal tears. "Thank you, young guardians," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You've freed us from an eternity of torment." "What happens now?" I asked, looking around at the sea of glowing spirits. "Now," the woman said with a serene smile, "we can finally move on. The path to the beyond is clear." As if on cue, a warm, golden light began to fill the factory. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, welcoming, peaceful, and indescribably beautiful. The spirits began to drift towards it, their forms becoming less distinct as they merged with the light. "Wait," I called out, suddenly realizing what this meant. I turned to Emily, my heart clenching. "Does this mean, are you going to disappear too?" Emily looked at the light, then back at me, conflict clear on her face. I don't know, Lily. I don't feel the same pull they do. I think my unfinished business isn't done yet." Relief washed over me, followed immediately by guilt. How could I be happy that my best friend was still trapped between worlds? As the last of the freed spirits faded into the golden light, Emily and I were left alone in the now quiet factory. The first rays of dawn were starting to peek through the broken windows, casting long shadows that seemed far less menacing than they had just hours ago. "So," I said, slumping down onto a nearby crate, suddenly exhausted, "I guess we're really guardians now, huh?" Emily laughed, the sound brightening the dingy factory. "Looks like it, although I think we have a lot more to learn." I nodded, fingering the now cool spirit key around my neck. "That's for sure. But hey, for our first major ghostly encounter, I'd say we did pretty well." "You were amazing, Lily," Emily said softly, floating down to eye level. "I couldn't have done any of this without you." I felt my cheeks warm at the praise. "We did it together, Em. That's what partners do, right?" As we sat there, basking in the glow of our victory and the rising sun, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning. Mr. Graves had hinted at greater forces at work, a balance that needed to be maintained. And then there was the mystery of why Emily was still here, unable to move on like the other spirits. "We should probably head back," I said finally, stifling a yawn. "My parents are going to freak if they wake up and I'm not there." Emily nodded, her form already starting to fade in the growing daylight. "Good idea. Plus, we have a lot of research to do. Something tells me Mr. Graves won't be the last unfriendly spirit we encounter." As we made our way out of the factory, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation about what lay ahead. We had taken our first steps as true guardians of the Veil, protectors of both the living and the dead. It was a huge responsibility, one that I wasn't sure we were ready for. But looking at Emily, her spectral form glowing with newfound purpose, I knew we'd face whatever came next together. Best friends in life and beyond, bound by a duty greater than we could have ever imagined. As we stepped out into the new day, the weight of the spirit key around my neck felt less like a burden and more like a badge of honor. Whatever challenges awaited us in the world of spirits and shadows, we would meet them head-on, armed with our growing knowledge, our budding powers, and most importantly, our unbreakable bond of friendship. The battle against Mr. Graves was over, but our journey as guardians of the veil had only just begun. And somehow, despite the danger and uncertainty, I couldn't wait to see where this extraordinary path would lead us next. The days following our encounter with Mr. Graves were a whirlwind of activity. Between catching up on missed schoolwork, dodging my parents' suspicious glances at my newfound exhaustion, and poring over Emily's grandmother's journal, I barely had time to process the magnitude of what had happened. It was a sunny Saturday afternoon when Emily materialized in my room, her spectral form flickering with excitement. "Lily, you won't believe what I've discovered." I looked up from my math homework, grateful for the distraction. "What is it, Em?" She floated over to the journal, which lay open on my desk. "Remember how we've been trying to figure out why I'm still here when all those other spirits moved on?" I nodded. My interest piqued. We'd spent countless hours theorizing about Emily's unfinished business, but so far we'd come up empty. "Well," Emily continued, her form practically vibrating with enthusiasm, "I think I found a clue. Look at this passage." I leaned in, squinting at the faded handwriting. "A guardian's duty extends beyond merely shepherding lost souls. They must also maintain the balance between worlds, for every action in the realm of spirits has consequences in the world of the living. Be warned. Great disturbances in the veil can lead to unforeseen ripples across both realities." "Ripples across both realities?" I repeated, my brow furrowing. "What does that mean?" Emily's expression turned serious. "I think it means that what we did at the factory, banishing Mr. Graves and freeing all those spirits, it might have had some unintended consequences." A chill ran down my spine as the implications sank in. "Are you saying we might have caused some kind of supernatural fallout?" Before Emily could respond, a sharp knock at my bedroom door made us both jump. "Lily?" my mom's voice called. "Can you come downstairs? There's something on the news you should see." Emily and I exchanged worried glances. "Coming, Mom?" I called back, then lowered my voice to a whisper. "We'll figure this out later. Stay hidden, okay?" Emily nodded, fading from view as I headed downstairs. In the living room, my parents sat glued to the TV, their faces etched with concern. And in breaking news, the reporter was saying, local authorities are baffled by a series of unexplained phenomena occurring throughout the city. Residents report strange lights, inexplicable cold spots, and in some cases, objects moving on their own. Experts are at a loss to explain these events, which seem to have begun just days ago. My blood ran cold as I realized the timing coincided perfectly with our battle against Mr. Graves. "That's weird," I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. My dad shook his head, frowning. "Weird is an understatement. It's like the whole town's gone crazy. Mrs. Johnson next door swears she saw her late husband in their garden this morning." "And remember that old factory on the edge of town?" my mom added. "Apparently it's become some kind of hotspot for these occurrences. The police have cordoned off the entire area." I swallowed hard, guilt and fear warring in my stomach. That's really strange," I stammered. I should probably get back to my homework." As I retreated to my room, my mind was racing. Emily appeared the moment I closed the door, her face a mirror of my own worry. "You heard?" I asked unnecessarily. She nodded grimly. "Every word. Lily, I think we really messed up. We didn't just free those spirits. We weakened the veil between worlds." I sank onto my bed, the weight of our actions crashing down on me. "What are we going to do? We can't exactly go to the police and say, 'Hey, sorry about all the ghosts. We accidentally broke the barrier between the living and the dead. Our bad.'" Despite the gravity of the situation, Emily couldn't suppress a snort of laughter. "Well, when you put it like that." Her amusement was contagious, and soon we were both giggling, the absurdity of our situation momentarily overwhelming our fear. As our laughter subsided, I felt a renewed sense of determination. Okay, I said, sitting up straighter. We caused this mess, so we need to fix it. There has to be something in the journal about repairing the veil, right? Emily nodded, her spectral form brightening with purpose. Right. And maybe if we fix this, we'll figure out why I'm still here. We spent the next few hours poring over the journal, searching for any information that might help us repair the damage we'd done. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across my room, Emily suddenly gasped. "Lily, look at this," she exclaimed, pointing to a page we'd overlooked before. The heading read, "Mending the Tapestry of Realms." I leaned in, excitement building as I read aloud. In times of great disturbance, when the veil between worlds grows thin and realities bleed into one another, a guardian must act to restore balance. The ritual of restoration requires 3 key elements: a focus of power, a tether to both worlds, and a sacrifice freely given. Emily and I exchanged glances, hope and trepidation mingling in equal measure. "The spirit key must be the focus of power," I said slowly. "And you, Em, you're connected to both worlds. You could be the tether." Emily nodded, her form flickering with nervous energy. "But what about the sacrifice? That sounds ominous." Before I could respond, a piercing scream shattered the evening quiet. We rushed to the window and my jaw dropped at the sight before us. The street outside was in chaos. Ghostly figures wandered among panicked neighbors. Cars swerved to avoid spectral obstacles only they could see, and in the distance an eerie light pulsed from the direction of the old factory. "It's getting worse," Emily whispered, her voice tight with fear. I clutched the spirit key, its comforting warmth a stark contrast to the chill of dread in my stomach. "We have to do something, Em. Now." As if in response to my words, the key began to glow, pulsing in time with the distant light from the factory. Understanding dawned on me with startling clarity. "The factory," I breathed. "That's where it all started. That's where we need to perform the ritual." Emily nodded, her face set with determination. "But how are we going to get there? The whole town's in chaos, and your parents will never let you out." I thought for a moment, then squared my shoulders. "We sneak out. It's not like we haven't done it before, right?" A wry smile tugged at Emily's spectral lips. "Just like old times. Except, with more ghosts and world-ending consequences." As we prepared for our clandestine mission, gathering supplies and studying the ritual instructions, a thought nagged at the back of my mind. The sacrifice freely given, what could it mean? And more importantly, what would it cost us to set things right? But as another scream echoed from outside, followed by the wail of distant sirens, I pushed the thought aside. Whatever the price, we had to fix this. We were guardians of the veil, and it was time to live up to that title. With one last glance at the chaos unfolding outside my window, I turned to Emily, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and resolve. "Ready?" She nodded, her spectral form glowing with otherworldly light. "Ready. Let's go save the world." As we slipped out into the night, the spirit key thrumming with power against my chest, I couldn't shake the feeling that our greatest challenge, and perhaps our greatest sacrifice, still lay ahead. But with Emily by my side, I felt ready to face whatever the night might bring. Little did we know, the true test of our friendship and our newfound roles as guardians was about to begin, with the fate of 2 worlds hanging in the balance. The streets of our once quiet town had transformed into a surreal landscape of chaos and confusion. Ghostly figures drifted through solid objects, bewildered and afraid. Living residents stumbled about in panic, their eyes wide with disbelief at the impossible sights surrounding them. Emily and I crept through back alleys and shadowy corners, trying to avoid drawing attention. The spirit key pulsed warmly against my chest, its glow intensifying as we drew closer to the old factory. "This is insane," I whispered, ducking behind a dumpster as a police car raced by, its siren wailing. "It's like the whole town has gone mad." Emily nodded, her spectral form flickering with anxiety. "And it's all our fault. We have to fix this, Lily. As we rounded a corner, we came face to face with Mrs. Abernathy, our elderly neighbor. Her eyes were wide with fear as she clutched her flowery bathrobe tightly around herself. "Lily," she gasped, her voice trembling. "What are you doing out here? It's not safe. There are ghosts everywhere." I froze, unsure how to respond. Emily, invisible to Mrs. Abernathy, urged me on. "We don't have time for this. We need to keep moving." Swallowing hard, I managed a weak smile. "It's okay, Mrs. Abernathy. I'm helping. Just go back inside and lock your doors. Everything will be all right soon." Before she could respond, I darted past her, my heart pounding. I hated lying, but there was no time to explain the truth. Not that she'd believe me anyway. As we approached the outskirts of town, the old factory loomed before us, a dark silhouette against the night sky. The ethereal light we'd seen from my window pulsed from within its broken windows, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. "This is it," Emily said, her voice tight with nervous energy. "Are you ready?" I clutched the spirit key tightly, its warmth a comforting presence in the chill night air. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this." We made our way into the factory, pushing through the rusted gates. The air inside was thick with spectral energy, making it hard to breathe. Ghostly figures swirled around us, their forms more solid and distinct than I'd ever seen before. "The veil," Emily gasped, her own form seeming to waver. "It's so thin here. I can feel it, stretching." I nodded, unable to speak as the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on me. We picked our way through the debris-strewn floor, heading towards the center of the building where the light shone brightest. As we entered the main chamber, my jaw dropped. The air itself seemed to shimmer and ripple like heat waves on a summer day. In the center of the room, a swirling vortex of light and shadow pulsed rhythmically, growing larger with each beat. "Is that?" I began, my voice barely above a whisper. Emily nodded solemnly. "The tear in the veil. It's worse than I thought." We approached cautiously, the spirit key growing almost painfully hot against my skin. I pulled it out, holding it before me like a shield. Its soft glow seemed pitifully small compared to the maelstrom before us. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The journal said we need 3 things: a focus of power, a tether to both worlds, and a sacrifice freely given. We have the first 2. But what about the sacrifice?" Emily's spectral brow furrowed in concentration. "Maybe it's not a physical sacrifice. Maybe it's more symbolic?" Before I could respond, a familiar, chilling laugh echoed through the chamber. My blood ran cold as a figure materialized from the swirling vortex. Mr. Graves. "Well, well, well," he purred, his burning eyes fixed on us. "The amateur guardians return. Come to admire your handiwork." I stepped forward, holding the spirit key before me. "We've come to fix what we've done, to restore the balance." Mr. Graves threw back his head and laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "Fix it? You foolish children. You have no idea of the forces you're dealing with. The veil has been weakened, yes, but soon it will tear completely, and when it does, the boundary between life and death will cease to exist. I will reign supreme over both realms." Emily moved to my side, her spectral form glowing fiercely. "We won't let that happen. We beat you once, we can do it again." The dark entity's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You caught me by surprise before. It won't happen again." With a wave of his hand, shadows coalesced around him, forming into grotesque, writhing shapes. They lunged towards us, their touch icy cold and filled with malevolent intent. I swung the spirit key in a wide arc, its light cutting through the shadows like a blade. Emily concentrated, and to my amazement, she managed to grasp a piece of debris, hurling it at Mr. Graves with surprising force. The battle raged on, Mr. Graves hurling waves of darkness while Emily and I fought back with light and our growing spectral abilities. But as the minutes ticked by, I could feel myself weakening. The constant use of the spirit key was draining my energy, and Emily's form was starting to flicker and fade. "We can't keep this up forever," I gasped, narrowly dodging a tendril of shadow. Emily nodded grimly. "We need to perform the ritual. It's our only chance." I fumbled with the journal, trying to read the incantation while avoiding Mr. Graves's relentless attacks. "By the power of the Guardian's light, we call upon the ancient rite. Mend the veil, restore the way, bring balance to both night and day." The spirit key flared brilliantly, and Emily's form seemed to solidify, glowing with an inner light. But nothing else happened. The vortex continued to pulse and grow, and Mr. Graves laughed mockingly. "Is that the best you can do?" he taunted. "Pathetic. You're missing a crucial element, children. The sacrifice. Without it, your pitiful ritual is useless." Desperation clawed at my throat as I racked my brain for a solution. What could we sacrifice? What did we have that was valuable enough to mend the veil between worlds? And then, with a clarity that took my breath away, I understood. "Emily," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I know what the sacrifice has to be." My ghostly best friend turned to me, her eyes wide with understanding and fear. "Lily, no. You can't mean—" I nodded, tears welling in my eyes. "It's the only way. You're the tether between worlds, Em. You're what's keeping the veil from healing completely. You have to move on." Emily's form flickered, a mix of emotions playing across her spectral features. But what about you? What about our adventures? I can't just leave you." Mr. Graves, sensing our distress, pressed his attack with renewed vigor. "Whatever you're planning, it won't work. The veil will tear, and both realms will be mine." Ignoring him, I reached out to Emily, my hand passing through her ghostly form. "You have to, Em. It's the only way to save everyone, in both worlds." "And hey," I managed a watery smile, "isn't this what we've been trying to figure out all along? Your unfinished business?" Emily's eyes shimmered with ethereal tears. "I thought my unfinished business was becoming a guardian with you. I never imagined—" "I know," I said softly, "but maybe this is what it's all been leading to. One final act as a guardian to save both the living and the dead." For a moment, the chaos around us seemed to fade away. It was just Emily and me, best friends facing an impossible choice. Then, with a determined nod, Emily straightened up, her form glowing brighter than ever. "Okay," she said, her voice strong despite the tears in her eyes. "Let's do this. Together. One last time." I raised the spirit key, its light pulsing in sync with my racing heart. Emily placed her spectral hand over mine, and together we began the incantation again. "By the power of the Guardian's light, we call upon the ancient rite. Mend the veil, restore the way, bring balance to both night and day. With this sacrifice freely given, let the realms no longer be riven." The spirit key erupted with blinding light, and Emily's form began to glow so brightly I had to squint to look at her. The vortex in the center of the room pulsed and writhed, and Mr. Graves let out a howl of fury and desperation. "No," he screamed. "You cannot do this. I won't allow it." But his protests were in vain. The light from the spirit key and Emily's glowing form expanded, pushing back the darkness and filling every corner of the factory. I felt a great rush of wind, and then silence. As the light faded, I blinked spots from my eyes, looking around in wonder. The vortex was gone, and with it, all traces of the spectral chaos that had engulfed our town. Mr. Graves had vanished, his howls of rage fading into nothingness. And Emily. My heart clenched as I realized my best friend was nowhere to be seen. The sacrifice had been made. The veil was healed. Tears streamed down my face as the enormity of what we'd done, what we'd lost, hit me. "Goodbye, Emily," I whispered into the empty factory. "I'll never forget you." As dawn broke, Painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, I made my way home. The spirit key hung heavy around my neck, a reminder of the incredible journey we'd been through and the friendship that had saved two worlds. I knew that life would never be the same. I was a guardian now, with a duty to protect the veil between worlds. But I would face whatever challenges came next with courage and determination, carrying Emily's memory with me always. As I walked through the quiet streets, now free of ghostly visitors, I couldn't help but smile through my tears. Emily had moved on, but her final act had been one of heroism and love. And in that, I found a bittersweet comfort. Our adventure might have come to an end, but the legacy of our friendship and the mark we'd left on both the world of the living and the realm of spirits would endure forever. The weeks following Emily's sacrifice were a blur of grief, confusion, and adjustment. The town slowly returned to normal, with most residents convincing themselves that the night of spectral chaos had been some sort of mass hallucination or elaborate prank. But for me, the weight of what had happened and what I'd lost was a constant presence. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I found myself wandering through the local cemetery, drawn there by a need to feel close to Emily. As I approached her gravestone, I was surprised to see a familiar figure standing before it, Mrs. Henderson, Emily's grandmother. "Mrs. Henderson," I called out softly, not wanting to startle her. She turned, a sad smile gracing her weathered features. "Lily, dear, I had a feeling I might find you here." I stepped closer, my hand instinctively moving to touch the spirit key hidden beneath my sweater. I come here sometimes to talk to Emily." Mrs. Henderson nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "As do I, though I suspect your conversations with her have been more recent than mine." My heart skipped a beat. Did she know? How could she possibly? As if reading my thoughts, Mrs. Henderson chuckled softly. "Oh, don't look so surprised, dear. I may be old, but I'm not blind. I know a guardian when I see one." I gaped at her, words failing me. Mrs. Henderson simply smiled and patted the bench beside Emily's grave, inviting me to sit. "I think it's time we had a proper talk, don't you?" she said, her voice gentle but firm. As we settled onto the bench, I found my voice at last. You know about guardians? About Emily being a ghost? About everything?" Mrs. Henderson nodded, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of sadness and pride. "I do. I was a guardian myself many years ago. I had hoped to pass on the mantle to Emily when she was older, but..." She trailed off, her gaze falling to the gravestone. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, guilt washing over me. "If I had known, if I had been more careful..." The old woman placed a comforting hand on my arm. Now, none of that. You have nothing to be sorry for, Lily. You and Emily faced challenges that would have daunted even the most experienced guardians. And in the end, you made the ultimate sacrifice to save both realms. I couldn't be more proud of both of you." Tears welled in my eyes at her words. "But Emily, she's gone. Really gone this time. And it's all because of me." Mrs. Henderson shook her head firmly. "Emily made her choice, Lily. A choice born of love, courage, and a deep understanding of her duty as a guardian. You didn't force her to do anything. You gave her the opportunity to be the hero she always had the potential to be." We sat in silence for a moment, the autumn breeze rustling the leaves around us. Finally, I voiced the question that had been nagging at me for weeks. What happens now? Am I still a guardian? Even without Emily? Mrs. Henderson smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. "Oh, my dear, you've always been a guardian. The spirit key chose you after all. And just because Emily has moved on doesn't mean your duty is over. In fact, I'd say it's only just beginning." She reached into her bag and pulled out a familiar leather-bound book, Emily's grandmother's journal. My eyes widened in surprise. "But how? I thought I lost that in the factory during the final battle." Mrs. Henderson winked. A guardian always knows where to find the tools of their trade. I think this belongs to you now, Lily. There's still so much for you to learn. As I took the journal, its familiar weight comforting in my hands, a thought struck me. Mrs. Henderson, that night at the factory, there was a dark entity, a spirit called Mr. Graves. He said something about reigning over both realms. Is he really gone? The old woman's expression turned serious. Mr. Graves is an ancient and powerful entity, Lily. You and Emily dealt him a significant blow, but beings like him, they have a way of coming back. Your victory bought us time, but I fear it won't be the last we see of him or others like him. A chill ran down my spine at her words. So what do we do? Mrs. Henderson stood, her eyes shining with determination. We prepare, we train, and when the time comes, we stand ready to defend the veil between worlds once more. As if on cue, the spirit key beneath my sweater began to pulse warmly. Mrs. Henderson noticed my reaction and smiled. It seems the key agrees. Tell me, Lily, are you ready to truly begin your journey as a guardian of the veil? I stood squaring my shoulders as I felt a sense of purpose flood through me. I am. For Emily, for our town, for both realms, I'm ready. Mrs. Henderson nodded approvingly. Then let's begin. But first, she turned to Emily's gravestone, placing a gentle hand on the cool marble. Thank you, my brave girl. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. We'll carry on your legacy, I promise. As we turned to leave the cemetery, I felt a sudden warm breeze ruffle my hair. For just a moment, I could have sworn I heard Emily's laughter on the wind, encouraging and full of love. The following days were a whirlwind of training and revelation. Mrs. Henderson proved to be a fountain of knowledge, filling in the gaps left by the journal and providing context for the strange new world I found myself in. The veil between worlds is like a tapestry, she explained one afternoon as we sat in her cozy living room. It's constantly shifting, with weak spots appearing and disappearing. Our job as guardians is to monitor these weak spots and prevent malevolent entities from exploiting them. I nodded, scribbling notes in the journal. But how do we find these weak spots? I mean, the factory was obvious, but what about smaller breaches? Mrs. Henderson smiled, reaching for a small velvet pouch. With this, she said, pulling out a crystal pendant. This is a veil stone. It resonates with the energy of the barrier between worlds. When you're near a weak spot, it will grow warm and begin to glow. She handed me the pendant, and I gasped as it immediately began to pulse with a soft blue light. It's glowing now. Very observant, Mrs. Henderson chuckled. My house sits on a minor convergence point, a place where the veil is naturally thin. It's why I chose to live here after retiring as an active guardian. It allows me to keep an eye on things. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself falling into a new routine. School by day, guardian training by night. Mrs. Henderson taught me how to sense spectral energy, how to communicate with benign spirits, and how to banish minor malevolent entities. But despite the excitement of my new role, there was always an Emily-shaped hole in my heart. One night, as Mrs. Henderson and I took a break from practicing protective wards, I couldn't hold back the question any longer. Mrs. Henderson, I began hesitantly, is there any way to communicate with Emily? To know if she's okay, wherever she is? The old woman's eyes softened with understanding. Oh, Lily, I know how much you miss her. The truth is, once a spirit has truly moved on, they're beyond our reach. But, she added, seeing my crestfallen expression, that doesn't mean they're gone completely. The love we share with those who've passed, it leaves an imprint on the world, on our hearts. In a way, Emily is still with you, in every kind act you perform, in every moment you spend protecting others as a guardian. I nodded, wiping away a stray tear. I wish I could tell her how sorry I am, how much I miss her. Mrs. Henderson placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. My dear, Emily knew. In that final moment when she made her choice, she knew exactly how much you cared for her, and I have no doubt that wherever she is now, she's incredibly proud of you. As if in response to her words, the spirit key around my neck grew warm, pulsing with a gentle light. I couldn't help but smile, imagining it was Emily's way of agreeing. Suddenly, the veilstone in my pocket began to vibrate intensely. Mrs. Henderson and I locked eyes, instantly alert. "A breach," she said, her voice tense, "and a significant one by the feel of it. Are you ready for your first real test as a guardian, Lily?" I took a deep breath, feeling a mix of fear and determination course through me. I thought of Emily, of her bravery and sacrifice, of all we'd been through together, of the responsibility I now carried. "I'm ready," I said, grasping the spirit key firmly. "Let's go protect the veil." As we hurried out into the night, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of a new chapter. The loss of Emily still ached, but in her absence, I had found a new purpose, a way to honor her memory and protect both the world she'd left behind and the one she'd moved on to. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever dark forces threatened the balance between realms, I would face them head-on. For Emily, for Mrs. Henderson, for all the souls caught between worlds, I was a guardian of the veil, and I was ready to fulfill my duty. The night air crackled with spectral energy as we raced towards the unknown threat. And though my heart pounded with nervous anticipation, I felt a sense of rightness, of belonging. This was my path now, and I would walk it with courage, determination, and the enduring memory of a friendship that had transcended even death itself. The morning sun peeked through my curtains, and for once I didn't need my alarm to wake me. Today was the day, the grand opening of Emily's garden. My stomach fluttered with a mix of excitement and nerves as I got ready, carefully selecting the floral dress Emily and I had picked out together for special occasions. As I made my way downstairs, I found my mom in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on a tray of cookies shaped like flowers. "Morning, honey," she said, looking up with a smile. "Ready for the big day?" I nodded, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "As ready as I'll ever be." She set down the icing bag and came over to give me a hug. "Emily would be so proud of you, you know that, right?" If only she knew how true that was. I felt Emily's presence beside me, her ghostly hand on my shoulder. "Thanks, Mom," I managed, blinking back tears. "We should get going. I want to be there early to make sure everything's perfect." The drive to the garden was quiet, my mind racing with all the little details we needed to check. As we pulled into the parking lot, I saw a small crowd already gathering near the entrance. My heart skipped a beat. "Looks like quite a turnout already," my dad commented, impressed. I nodded, scanning the faces for Emily's parents. They were standing near the ribbon-draped entrance, looking both proud and melancholy. As I approached them, Mrs. Johnson's eyes lit up. "Oh, sweetheart," she said, pulling me into a tight hug. "This is just... it's more than we could have ever imagined. Emily would have loved it." I felt Emily's presence intensify, and I could almost hear her whisper, "I do love it." "She really would have," I agreed, my voice thick with emotion. "I feel like she's here with us somehow." Mr. Johnson squeezed my shoulder. "That's a beautiful thought. In a way, I suppose she is, through this garden and through you. If only they knew how literal that was." I excused myself to do one last walkthrough before the ceremony began. As I wandered the winding paths, checking that every sign was in place and every flower looked its best, I felt Emily's presence stronger than ever. "Can you believe it?" I whispered, knowing she could hear me. "We actually did it." Emily's ghostly form materialized beside me, her smile radiant. "We sure did, bestie. This place is even more beautiful than I imagined." I grinned, but it faded as I noticed Emily's form seemed brighter, more translucent than usual. A pang of sadness hit me as I realized what that might mean. "Emily," I started, my voice wavering. "Are you—" She nodded, her expression a mix of joy and sorrow. "I think so. My unfinished business?" It's nearly complete. I felt tears welling up, but I forced them back. This was supposed to be a happy day. Let's make the most of it then, shall we? As we made our final rounds, the garden came to life with the buzz of excited visitors. Children ran along the paths, pointing out colorful blooms and interesting plants. Adults marveled at the variety and beauty of the flowers, many of them rare species that Emily's grandmother had cultivated. At last, it was time for the opening ceremony. I took my place near the podium, Emily invisibly by my side. The mayor stepped up to speak first. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying over the crowd. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the opening of a truly remarkable place. Emily's Garden is more than just a beautiful park. It's a testament to the power of community, the importance of preserving our natural heritage, and the enduring legacy of a young life taken too soon." As he spoke, I saw Emily's parents holding hands tightly, tears glistening in their eyes. Emily herself was glowing brighter by the minute. "And now," the mayor continued, "I'd like to invite Emily's parents to do the honors of cutting the ribbon." Mr. and Mrs. Johnson stepped forward, each taking hold of a large pair of scissors. With a shared look of love and remembrance, they cut the ribbon together. The crowd erupted in applause, and I felt a surge of pride and bittersweetness. "Way to go, Mom and Dad," Emily whispered beside me, her voice thick with emotion. Next, it was my turn to speak. I stepped up to the podium, my hands shaking slightly as I unfolded my prepared speech. Taking a deep breath, I began. "Thank you all for coming today to celebrate the opening of Emily's Garden. As many of you know, Emily was my best friend. She was kind, funny, and had the biggest heart of anyone I've ever known. When we lost her, it felt like the world had lost some of its color." I paused, glancing at Emily's glowing form beside me. She nodded encouragingly. But then we discovered this place, a secret garden that Emily's grandmother had tended for years. It was her final wish that this beautiful space be shared with the world. And so, with the help of our amazing community, we've made that wish a reality. As I continued my speech, talking about the importance of friendship, love, and preserving beauty in the world, I noticed Emily's glow growing brighter and brighter. My heart clenched, knowing what was coming. "This garden is more than just a collection of beautiful plants," I said, my voice growing stronger. "It's a living memorial to Emily, to her grandmother, and to the love they shared. It's a place where new friendships can bloom, where families can create lasting memories, and where we can all find a moment of peace and connection with nature." I looked out at the crowd, seeing tears in many eyes, including my own. So as we open Emily's Garden today, I invite you all to explore, to wonder, and to remember. Remember that even in the darkest times, beauty can still grow. Remember that love and friendship can create something lasting and meaningful. And remember Emily, whose spirit will live on in every flower that blooms here. As I finished speaking, the crowd burst into applause. Emily's parents rushed to hug me, and I felt Emily's presence envelop us all. "That was beautiful," Mrs. Johnson whispered. "Thank you for everything you've done." As the ceremony concluded and people began to explore the garden, I slipped away to a quiet corner where Emily and I could have a moment alone. Her form was now so bright it was almost hard to look at. "I guess this is it, huh?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Emily nodded, her smile radiant but tinged with sadness. "It is. But hey, don't be too sad. We did something amazing here." I couldn't hold back the tears any longer. "I'm going to miss you so much." "I'll miss you too," Emily said, her own voice wavering. "But I'll always be with you, you know that, right? In every flower that blooms, in every laugh you share with a friend, I'll be there." I nodded, wiping my eyes. "I know. I love you, Emily." "I love you too, bestie. Thank you for everything." And with that, Emily's form began to fade, growing brighter and brighter until she was nothing more than a shimmer in the air. As she disappeared completely, I felt a warm breeze brush against my cheek, carrying the sweet scent of flowers. Taking a deep breath, I composed myself and rejoined the celebration. As I watched families and friends exploring the garden, pointing out beautiful blooms and reading the informational plaques, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. Emily might be gone, but her legacy would live on in this beautiful place we had created together. And as I saw a young girl excitedly showing her friend a butterfly landing on a flower, I couldn't help but smile. New friendships were already blooming in Emily's garden, and I knew that wherever she was now, she was smiling too. The days following the grand opening of Emily's garden were a blur of activity and emotions. I found myself spending every free moment there, unable to stay away from the place that now held so much of Emily's essence. It was as if by being in the garden I could still feel her presence, even though I knew she was gone. On this particular afternoon, I sat on a bench near Emily's favorite rosebush, my fingers absently tracing the patterns on the friendship bracelet she had made for me years ago. The garden was quiet, with only a few visitors strolling along the winding paths. "She's really gone, isn't she?" I whispered to myself, half hoping that Emily's ghostly form would materialize beside me as it had so many times before. But there was nothing. No shimmer in the air, no faint giggle on the breeze. Just the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. A desperate idea suddenly struck me. I closed my eyes tightly, concentrating with all my might. "Emily," I called out in my mind, "if you can hear me, please give me a sign. Anything. I'm not ready to say goodbye yet." I waited, barely breathing, for any kind of response. A gust of wind, a sudden chill, even just a feeling of her presence. But there was nothing. Tears welled up in my eyes as the reality of her absence truly sank in. "This isn't fair," I muttered, wiping my eyes furiously. "We were supposed to have more time." "Excuse me." A soft voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see an elderly woman standing nearby, concern etched on her kind face. "Are you all right, dear?" I quickly tried to compose myself, forcing a smile. "Oh yes, I'm fine. Just remembering someone." The woman nodded sympathetically and sat down beside me. "This garden is a lovely place for remembering, isn't it? I've been coming here every day since it opened. It reminds me of my late husband's garden." Despite my mood, I found myself curious. Really? What was his garden like? Her eyes lit up as she began to describe it, and for a while, I lost myself in her stories of vibrant flower beds and lazy summer afternoons. As she spoke, I felt a small flicker of warmth in my chest. This was exactly what Emily and I had hoped for when we created this place, a space for people to connect and share their stories. As the woman finished her tale, she patted my hand gently. "Thank you for listening, dear. It does an old heart good to remember the happy times." I smiled, this time genuinely. "Thank you for sharing. I'm glad the garden could bring back such nice memories for you." After she left, I sat there for a long time, thinking about what Emily would want me to do now. Surely she wouldn't want me spending all my time here, desperately hoping for her return. With a heavy sigh, I stood up and began to walk the familiar paths of the garden. Each turn brought a new memory. Here was where Emily had first appeared to me after her funeral. There was where we had planned out the layout of the flower beds. As I reached the small pond at the center of the garden, I caught sight of my reflection in the still water. My eyes were red-rimmed from crying, my hair disheveled. "Pull yourself together," I muttered to my reflection. "Emily wouldn't want to see you like this." Just then, a young girl's laughter rang out across the garden. I turned to see a pair of girls, probably around 10 years old, chasing each other down one of the paths. They reminded me so much of Emily and me at that age that for a moment, I couldn't breathe. "Tag, you're it," one of the girls shouted, tapping her friend on the shoulder before darting away. As I watched them play, a bittersweet smile crept onto my face. This was what Emily and I had wanted, for the garden to be a place of joy and friendship, not just mourning and memories. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I hurried over to the garden's small office where we kept supplies for maintenance and events. Rummaging through a drawer, I found what I was looking for, a stack of blank paper and some colored pencils. Returning to my bench, I began to sketch. I drew Emily as I remembered her, laughing, her hair flying in the wind, surrounded by her favorite flowers. As I drew, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. This was a way I could keep her with me, by creating something beautiful in her memory. Hours passed as I sat there, drawing scene after scene from our adventures together. The sun was setting by the time I finally set down my pencils, my hand cramping but my heart feeling lighter than it had in days. As I gathered up my drawings, a familiar voice called out to me. "Hey, stranger. We were wondering where you'd disappeared to." I looked up to see my friend Jake approaching, concern evident in his eyes. "Hey," I replied, managing a small smile. "Just needed some time to think." Jake sat down beside me, his eyes falling on the drawings scattered across the bench. "Wow," he said softly, picking one up. "These are really good. Is this Emily?" I nodded, swallowing past the lump in my throat. "Yeah, I needed to see her again, you know?" Jake put his arm around my shoulders, giving me a gentle squeeze. "I get it. We all miss her. But you know she wouldn't want you to spend all your time here alone, right?" I leaned into his embrace, feeling tears threaten again. "I know. It's just hard. I keep expecting to see her around every corner, to hear her laugh on the wind. And when she's not there, it hurts," Jake finished for me. "I know. But you're not alone in this, okay? We're all here for you." We sat in companionable silence for a while, watching as the last rays of sunlight painted the garden in shades of gold and pink. As darkness began to fall, Jake stood up, offering me his hand. "Come on," he said. "A bunch of us are getting together at the diner. Why don't you join us? We can share some Emily stories, laugh a little. It might do you good." I hesitated for a moment, looking around at the darkening garden. Part of me wanted to stay, to cling to this place where I felt closest to Emily. But I knew Jake was right. Emily wouldn't want me to isolate myself in my grief. Taking a deep breath, I gathered up my drawings and took Jake's hand. "Okay," I said. "That sounds nice." As we walked towards the garden exit, I paused for a moment, looking back at the peaceful scene behind us. The first stars were starting to appear in the twilight sky, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers. "Goodbye, Emily," I whispered. "I'll be back soon, I promise." And as we left the garden, I could have sworn I felt a familiar presence, warm and comforting, like a gentle hug. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it was Emily's way of telling me it was okay to move forward. Either way, as Jake and I made our way to meet our friends, I felt a small spark of hope ignite in my heart. Emily might be gone, but her memory lived on, in this beautiful garden, in the friendships she had nurtured, and in the lives she had touched. And as long as we remembered her, she would never truly be gone. The garden gate closed behind us with a soft click, and I took my first steps towards healing, carrying Emily's memory with me like a precious gift. The path ahead might be difficult, but I knew I wouldn't have to walk it alone. And somewhere, somehow, I hoped Emily was watching, her radiant smile shining down on us all. The weeks following Emily's final departure were a blur of conflicting emotions. Some days I felt like I was drowning in a sea of emptiness, the world around me muted and gray. Other days I could almost feel Emily's presence in the gentle caress of a breeze or the vibrant colors of a blooming flower. It was on one of those gray days that I found myself once again at the entrance of Emily's garden. The iron gates creaked softly as I pushed them open, the sound echoing in the early morning stillness. As I stepped inside, I took a deep breath, letting the fragrant air fill my lungs. "I'm back, Em," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I hope you don't mind." As I walked along the familiar paths, memories of Emily flooded my mind. Her laughter, her mischievous grin, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about her grandmother's secret garden. Each step I took seemed to bring her closer, yet remind me of how far away she truly was. I reached the center of the garden, where a small fountain burbled quietly. Sitting on a nearby bench, I closed my eyes and let the gentle sounds of nature wash over me. For a moment, I could almost pretend that Emily was sitting beside me, her ghostly form shimmering in the morning light. "I miss you," I said aloud, not caring if anyone heard me talking to thin air. "I know you're gone, but sometimes I still expect to see you floating around the corner or hear your voice on the wind." A soft rustling nearby made me open my eyes. An elderly man was carefully tending to a patch of vibrant daisies, Emily's favorite flowers. He looked up as he noticed my gaze, offering a kind smile. "Good morning, young lady," he said, his voice warm and gravelly. "Beautiful day for gardening, isn't it?" I nodded, managing a small smile in return. "It is. Those daisies look lovely." The old man's eyes twinkled. "Ah, yes. They're my granddaughter's favorite. She used to love helping me in the garden when she was little." My heart clenched at his words, reminded so strongly of Emily and her grandmother. "That sounds wonderful," I said softly. He must have noticed the sadness in my voice because his expression softened. "You're Emily's friend, aren't you? The one who helped create this garden?" Surprised, I nodded. "Yes, I am. How did you know?" He chuckled, straightening up with a slight groan. "Oh, I've seen you here often, and my granddaughter told me all about the garden's history. It's a beautiful tribute to your friend." As we talked, I found myself opening up to this kind stranger. I told him about Emily, about our adventures, and about the bittersweet process of bringing her grandmother's garden to life for everyone to enjoy. "It sounds like Emily was quite a special young lady," he said when I finished, his eyes misty. "And you, my dear, are a wonderful friend to keep her memory alive like this." His words warmed something inside me, a feeling I hadn't experienced in weeks. "Thank you," I said, truly meaning it. "Sometimes I worry that I'm holding on too tightly, that I should be moving on." The old man shook his head gently. "There's no timeline for grief, young lady, and remembering those we've lost, celebrating their lives, that's not holding on too tightly, that's honoring them." As he spoke, a small group of children entered the garden, their excited chatter filling the air. They ran from flower to flower, pointing and exclaiming over the colors and shapes. "Miss, Miss," one little girl called out, running up to me. "Can you tell us about this flower? It's so pretty." I looked at the flower she was pointing to, a rare orchid that Emily's grandmother had cultivated. For the first time in weeks, I felt a genuine smile spread across my face. "Of course," I said, kneeling down to the girl's level. "This is a very special orchid. It was grown by a very talented gardener who loved to create beautiful things." As I shared the story of the orchid, more children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. The old man winked at me before returning to his gardening, leaving me surrounded by curious young faces. For the next hour, I found myself giving an impromptu tour of the garden, sharing stories about the plants and the people who had lovingly tended them. With each tale I told, I felt a little bit of the heaviness in my heart lift. As the children's parents began to call them away, one little boy tugged on my sleeve. "Miss, can we come back tomorrow for more stories? Please?" His earnest request touched something deep inside me. "You know what? I think that's a wonderful idea. How about we make it a regular thing? I could give garden tours every Saturday morning." The children cheered, and as they ran off to tell their parents, I felt a sense of purpose I hadn't experienced since Emily's departure. Later that afternoon, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, I found myself sitting on the bench dedicated to Emily. My mind was buzzing with ideas for the garden tours, educational programs we could start, community events we could host. "I think I finally understand, Em," I said softly, running my hand along the smooth wood of the bench. This garden isn't just about preserving your memory. It's about creating new memories, new connections. It's about life, not just remembrance. A warm breeze rustled through the leaves, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard Emily's laughter on the wind. The next few weeks flew by in a whirlwind of activity. I threw myself into organizing the garden tours, coordinating with local schools for field trips, and even starting a junior gardener program. The garden came alive not just with blooming flowers, but with the laughter and excitement of people discovering its beauty. One Saturday morning, as I finished up a tour with a group of eager children and their parents, I noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was Emily's mom, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the group dispersed, she approached me, pulling me into a tight hug. "Oh, sweetheart," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Emily would be so proud of what you're doing here." I hugged her back, feeling my own eyes well up. "I hope so. I want to make sure she's never forgotten." Mrs. Johnson pulled back, cupping my face in her hands. "With you around, there's no chance of that. But more than that, you're helping her legacy grow and touch so many lives. It's beautiful." We spent the rest of the afternoon walking through the garden together, sharing memories of Emily and marveling at how the space had evolved. As the day drew to a close, I found myself back at Emily's bench, a sense of peace settling over me. "You know, Em," I said, looking up at the first stars appearing in the twilight sky, "I think I'm going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Your garden is thriving, and so are the people who visit it. You're still touching lives, still spreading joy and beauty. And as long as this garden stands, a part of you will always be here with us." As if in response, a gentle breeze rustled through the garden, carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. I closed my eyes, breathing it in deeply, feeling closer to Emily than I had in weeks. The garden had become more than just a memorial. It was a living, growing testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the enduring impact one person could have on the world. As I sat there, surrounded by the fruits of our labor and the echoes of our shared dreams, I knew that although Emily was gone, her spirit would live on forever in this magical place we had created together. And as I finally stood to leave, locking the gates behind me, I felt a sense of anticipation for what tomorrow might bring. There were still so many stories to tell, so many lives to touch, so many flowers yet to bloom. Emily's garden was not just a place of remembrance, but a place of new beginnings, and I was ready to see where this new chapter would lead.